It's Fan Appreciation Weekend from Richmond International Raceway. The fans and teams ready now for pre-race ceremonies. We go trackside for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise and remove your hats as the Fort Lee Non-Commissioned Officers Academy presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Lieutenant Colonel Ed Hamlin, Deputy Command Chaplain, Military District, Washington, D.C., offers tonight's invocation.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, thank you for this evening and how you created us to have fun and no excitement like tonight's race. We pray that you would be with the drivers and the crews, keeping them safe. And on the eve of 9/11, we pause to remember those who died and those family members left. Hold them up. We pray for those servicemen and women who are in harm's way this evening. Watch over each one and their families as they wait upon them. God, give us a good evening this evening. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Here to honor America with a performance of our national anthem, please welcome the U.S. National Marine Corps Band.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, who brought strife and bright stars through the perilous time? For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, they proved to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
A very passionate national anthem as the drivers are ready to climb into their cars. Two drivers on the defense trying to hold their positions, while four others must feel like they're in a must-win situation to get into the chase tonight.
Richmond. Everybody ready, set, go. Rev it up and let's roll. There's a party in the fast lane. Got my hands on the wheel and I'm flying. Heartbeat loud as the thunder rolls. Riding in on a stampede of lightning. Oh, I'm bringing back the sunshine. Bringing back the sunshine. Baby, it's about time. Oh, bring it back. Oh, yeah.
Welcome to NBCSN's coverage of NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Richmond. Telecast presented by Smithfield Foods. For tonight's storylines, let's go to pit road and Kelly Stavist.
Chris Buescher needs to keep in the top 30 in points to secure his spot in the chase. He has 11 points over David Reagan in 31st, but starts 10 positions or 10 points behind him. Chris told me his game plan, push hard early to make sure he doesn't go a lap down, Marty.
Kelly, in early July, when Slugger Labby and Austin Dillon sat down to plan out the rest of the regular season, they said this would be their toughest race weekend. But so far, they've had their best Richmond weekend ever. All he has to do is finish 8th or better tonight. Austin told me moments ago, I'm confident we can do that, Mike.
Tonight marks Jamie McMurray's 500th career start, but the significance does not stop there. He could punch his ticket to the chase. He sits directly on the bubble, a 22-point cushion. He told me moments before he buckled in, if we just do our job and have a normal race, we'll be fine. He also said this is the best car they've had all year. Dave?
Ryan Newman's crew chief Luke Lambert told me to get into the chase tonight, not only can we take risks, we have to. Watch the 31 try to go for the win tonight. Now let's let NASCAR thank the fans the loudest way they know how, by lighting up these engines.
Race fans, it's time for the most famous words in motorsports. Here to give the command to start the engines, please welcome tonight's Grand Marshal, owner of Larson's Automotive in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, Pete Larson.
Drivers, start your engines!
Shut the power brake fans off. Leave the beam fan on. A little bit different, but we're going to try and get
It's racing under the lights to determine who will have a shot at the championship in 2016. That's next.
Win the King's car. Now through September 27th, hustle over to an Albertsons Company store. Grab some Smithfield products and you're entered to win the replica of the King 67 Belvedere. For details, go to winning43.com.
Pressure mounts to make the chase.
Being on the bubble is very tough.
There's a lot of tension, a lot of stress, a lot of excitement to be had.
That's as intense as it gets for drivers.
I hate saying what if or looking back and saying if I had done this or if I had done that.
If you don't make it in the chase, it's a loss of a year.
And welcome back to Richmond, Virginia, as we're getting ready for the 26th race of the season, the final race of the regular season before the playoffs get underway. Let's take a look at the starting grid brought to you by Smithfield Foods. Starting up front, it is Denny Hamlin with his first pole of 2016, the Chesterfield, Virginia native, having a hometown race tonight.
Right behind them in row 2, you have Matt Kenseth starting next to Jamie McMurray, trying to make the chase for the second year in a row.
In row 3, we have 2 chase qualified drivers, the 41 of Kurt Busch and the 78 of Martin Truex Jr.
Back in row 4, a driver needing a win. Casey Kane got his first career win back here earlier.
Row 5, 2 multi-time winners here at Richmond, Kyle Busch, Jimmy Johnson.
We're talking about multi-time winners. Row 6, Jeff Gordon, 2 wins here at Richmond. We'll start next to Joey Logano.
Back in row 7, Carl Edwards will start 13th. He won here in the spring, looking to complete the sweep.
Yeah, row 8, we have Ryan Newman. We all know he has to push the issue tonight, starting next to A.J. Allmendinger.
We have the opportunity to welcome in Austin Dillon. He will be a part of our broadcast. Jeff, dial him up on the radio.
Hey, Austin, is Jeff up in the booth? You with us?
That's there, Jeff.
Well, with everything you guys have on the line tonight for you and your team, tell us what's going through your mind right now.
Just want to go out there and do my job, stay focused. Something doesn't go our way, not panic in a panic situation, and just race the race.
Well, you talk about racing the race, but tell us why it's so difficult here to just simply do that.
I wish I could tell you, because Richmond has fooled me before, but we've had a good race car this weekend so far. I'm proud of the Dow team, proud of everything they put into effort this year. So this place just, you never know what they can throw at you throughout a race. I've had cars that are good here for a short run, not good long run, and opposite. So I think we've built a good car for this race, and we'll go have some fun.
Good luck to you guys. We'll be watching.
Sure.
And we're going to also ride along with a few different drivers. One of those being Chase Elliott in the 24. He has a sprint in-car camera. We'll start 34th. Chris Buescher, the man fighting to stay in 30th in points, has the Ford in-car camera starting 31st. Casey Mears with the Geico onboard camera starts in row 13 tonight. Eric Almirola with the Smithfield onboard camera will start 23rd. Kevin Harvick, multiple-time winner in 2016, will start 19th this evening. Ryan Newman has the Coca-Cola in-car camera and starts 15th, the man in 17th position. Denny Hamlin has the Toyota onboard camera and starts on pole. Pride of Chesterfield, Virginia. Beautiful evening for racing, and we have some spectacular coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods from high atop this Richmond International Raceway. Take a look at the race analysis for tonight's race. 400 laps, 300 miles, pit road speed 40 miles per hour. Very important tonight. And Steve, that fuel window 110 to 120 laps.
Yeah, the Sunoco fuel can go around 120 laps. The Goodyear tires can make it that far, but they lose grip quickly. I'm sure these drivers will be screaming for tires well before they need fuel.
And the cars beginning to move up into a very unique display here that they're doing because of Fan Appreciation Weekend. It is the 4-wide salute to the fans. Rarely see such an impressive sight. 10 rows deep, 4 abreast. All for the fans here in Richmond, and a great turnout at Richmond International Raceway tonight as we get ready for the final race before the chase.
Fans have played such a big part of this sport. They're so loyal, so dedicated, so committed. Look at the pit crews holding up the signs. Thank you, fans. Really neat.
All up and down pit road. The crews standing on pit road wall as they go 4 wide in front of the grandstands. All right, can the nerves get any higher for the drivers that are on the bubble?
No. They might get higher as things progress during this race, but I've been in this situation. It is stressful. Even if you have a 22-point lead, you've been in racing a long time. You know things can happen. You know things out of your control can bite you. So, no, none of these drivers that are racing for this chase are relaxed by any means.
Let's listen into the two-car and the two teams' radio communications.
The white line on pit road. All right, can you see that? Yeah, I can see the white line. That's pretty much the first time I can see, so. All right, well, I mean, do you want me to stop talking there? Copy. Once you get to that line, just stay 3 away and then stop talking, and I'll bring them the rest of the way in.
The importance of pit road entrance. That was spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less.
Pit road here had some shape to it, and that's what crew chief Paul Wolf was discussing with Brad Keselowski's spotter. It's sometimes hard for a crew chief to see down pit road, so they're communicating when the spotter will stop talking on the radio and when the crew chief can call the driver into the pit box. A small pit road, tight pit boxes, added timelines. Mistakes on pit road are always costly, but with the points on the line tonight, extra emphasis has to be paid on pit road.
Not only points, Steve, but think about those bonus points if you win this race. If you're already in the chase, it gives you 3 more bonus points moving in. We've seen championships decided by 1 point. So all these guys tonight have to race hard.
Everyone looking for bonus points, everyone looking for the maximum amount of points, but also momentum. Drivers trying to have momentum as they get ready for the kickoff of the chase. This is the final race before the chase. 2 wide coming out of turn number 4. Denny Hamlin. Green flag in the air. We're underway from Richmond.
Clean and smooth start. As this race moves forward, we're going to see a lot more aggression. Everybody being very smart at the start of the race.
See all the sparks up and down the line. You see that under the lights, they really show much better. Those are the right side skirts. They're metal around the exhaust pipe. When they make contact with the asphalt, they shoot that sparks out.
They're still 2 wide for position. Austin Dillon in the 3 on the outside of that 18, yellow 18 of Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch won the Xfinity Series race last night, trying to make the weekend sweep as the 48 of Jimmy Johnson trying to work by Jeff Gordon in the 88, subbing for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Yeah, finding some success in that second lane already, even on new tires. Jeff, we had a feeling that would come in later on the long run, but the 48 able to clear that red 88 of Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, I think also as this race progresses, you see Matt Kenseth making a move for second. But as this race progresses, that upper line should come in more as the bottom becomes more rubbered up. The top on old tires will probably be the preferred line.
So much emphasis placed on the chase as we look at Kyle Larson and Matt Kenseth, 2 drivers that have won. On the top of the screen, you'll see the green bars underneath that say chase. Those are drivers that have won and are currently in the top 30 in points, so they are advancing into the chase. The ones with the yellow bars below are in the top 16 in points and could advance if they stay there throughout the evening.
Contact right there with Tony Stewart and Ryan Newman. Looks like Tony got into the left rear quarter panel, got off the throttle though, and let him catch it, gather it back up, and went back racing.
5 laps complete. Denny Hamlin has been out front. All 5. Matt Kenseth, Kyle Larson, Jamie McMurray, and Kurt Busch, the top 5.
Even saw he drove into turn 1, and Ryan Newman didn't give Tony Stewart very much room there. Looked like Tony's left side tires were on the yellow line. He couldn't go much lower.
And remember what is riding the line for the 31 team and Ryan Newman, trying to get into the chase outside the top 16 in points. Chase bubble on the left side of your screen will show the gap between who is currently 16th, which right now is Chase Elliott, and the 31 of Ryan Newman. Casey Kane, another driver who's been able to experience the winning sensation at this racetrack, but needs a win if he wants to advance and have a chance at the championship.
And I feel that this is probably the best car we've seen out of this 5-car all year long. They've been decent in practice, decent in qualifying. Haven't showed maybe winning speed yet, but big improvements over what we saw in the summer, consistently in the top 10 on average speed in practice.
And Steve, I talked to Keith Rodden, his crew chief, about that this morning. He said, yes, over the last couple of weeks, as a whole, as a company at Hendrick Motorsports, we've brought more speed. I'm just worried for us, it's a little too late right now to make it in the chase. But Kane, with one of the best cars he's had all year long, and remember, they finished in the top 5 here in the spring, so not out of the realm of possibilities that he could win this race tonight, and they're awfully confident in that 5 camp as well.
You already see the 18, that bright yellow car of Kyle Busch, starting to move up the racetrack in the second lane, trying to get to the right rear quarter panel of the 5 in Casey Kane, able to accomplish it right there, use that momentum to clear the 5 down the backstretch.
And this is the part of the race where Casey Kane, he wants to be going forward, but if his car's not exactly right, just be calm, be cool, talk to your crew chief, tell him what you need to do when you pit to make the car better, because we're early in this race. You can't give up a lot of spots and go make it up, but you can see the right front brake rotor glowing on the 5 car, using a lot of brakes, but even losing a few spots, he can still right now be calm.
And a caution has come out early. Up into the wall, Ryan Blaney in the 21.
Yeah, one of the teams that we talked about that's run so well. Keep thinking this team can win a race. Certainly not going to happen tonight.
Guys, the car was smoking, and they told Ryan that it was smoking, quote, pretty good. Ryan said, I know, and then he just gave a simple report about how the car was handling, nothing more than that.
And it seems odd to me that the left rear tire's flat right there. Perhaps the smoke that they were talking about was a tire rub. Heavy damage to the race car, but it doesn't seem like a lot of damage on the left rear, so perhaps the left rear flat tire is what caused the accident. But as we mentioned, this was a rookie trying to win the race, trying to join those other rookies in the chase, and now pit road is open.
Take a look at this. Smoke coming out from behind the 21. And now onto pit road they come.
Jamie McMurray on pit road has been complaining the car's been a little bit loose. Need to snug him up and also needs help on the entry. They'll make an air pressure adjustment and a 4-tire change for McMurray.
Mike Matkins, the 20 car, said the car was a little bit tight in the center, but took off really nicely. 4-tire stop for that bunch. He heads back on the racetrack, Dave.
Kyle Larson will take 4 tires. He is gone now. The leader, Denny Hamlin, believe he also took 4 in the 11th pit.
And the race off pit road brought to you by Geico. As the cars are coming off of pit road, take a look at who did the best. Denny Hamlin was able to hold on to that top spot. Kyle Larson gaining a spot. Matt Kenseth losing a spot. Reason for the first caution of the night, the 21 of Ryan Blaney up into the wall in turn 2. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Smithfield Foods. Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. Ford, we go further so you can. And by Bank of America, life's better when we're connected. With the first caution coming out, drivers making their way onto pit road, and actually the 24 of Chase Elliott on pit road twice.
Yeah, Chase Elliott had a problem with the gun when it changed the tires. He had worked his way up to 24th after starting 34th, but now he's all the way back in 38th after that pit road problem.
And the reason for the importance there, Chase Elliott, another driver that's in the top 16 in points, but doesn't have a win yet. So he is trying to protect all the points he can get. Green flag back in the air. Kyle Larson, after his impressive win in Michigan, has put himself into position for the chase, and now in second, chasing after Denny Hamlin after an impressive pit stop by the 42 team. But here comes the 20 of Matt Kenseth, looking to the inside for that second position.
We're going to talk about the balance all night long, Rick. How hard do you go on new tires? Tires fall off, which means they just lose grip, lose speed. This race surface is very old and coarse, and it's hurting these tires as they run. The harder you run on new tires, the worse they're going to feel later into the race.
And it puts you see Casey Kane race on the outside of Austin Dillon. Two guys need solid runs, but we've talked about Casey Kane probably needing to win, and he's got to push hard on the start of this run. He can't give up spots and then think he can go get them back. So tough choice for him. I believe he just got to push.
Austin Dillon, one of the bubble drivers on the inside, trying to race Casey Kane for position.
Rick, as you look at the timing and scoring, you want to know how the field is set between points and race wins. Well, it's clear the drivers that deserve to be in there. If you look at the top 11, Casey Kane, the only driver currently that's either not in the top 16 of points or with a win. So they're dominating the race early on, taking 10 of the top 11 positions.
Steve, Austin Dillon has a pretty good cushion when it comes to the chase, yet they're not taking anything for granted. They know there could be a new winner tonight, and because of that, the chase cutoff line could come down to where they are and Jamie McMurray sit right now. And because of that, Slugger Labby told me this morning, he said their main focus is on one car. That's the car with the numeral number 1, which happens to be directly in front of Austin Dillon right now. That's the only car they're focused on beating tonight.
I think that's smart strategy. I think having a goal to focus on for a young driver is really important. And situational awareness, watching what that one car is doing, understand what you have to do. You want to win every race that you're going in, but keep your eye on the big prize, and that's getting into the championship hunt.
And I like how Slugger has simplified it. The amount of different scenarios are unbelievable. Between Chris Buescher in the top 30, new winners, people falling out. He'll make it clear for his driver, very concise. Just run in front of that one or within that one so we can be ahead of him in points, and they will be running for a championship starting next week in Chicago.
Kelly, what was the deal with the 24 on pit road?
Well, as Jeff was explaining, the first time they came down under that caution, they had an issue with one of the tire guns. And during that stop, they had put scuffed tires that had some laps on them on the car. Well, when they lost all those positions, because of the slow stop, they decided to bring him back down pit road a second time. This time they put sticker tires on him so he could help work his way back up through the field.
And Rick, the whole reason they put scuffed tires on is Alan Gustafson doesn't think scuffs are better, but you only have 10 sets of sticker tires to run this race, and you start on one. That gives you 9 sets of tires in the pits. We had only run 11 laps. You can do the math. It's a 400-lap race. He didn't want to burn through his tires early, so you can transfer a set of low-lap tires for practice. That's what the 24 did. They attempted to use them, but we'll see. If it runs green, not a big deal, but if there's a lot of cautions, these crew chiefs will have to start managing their tire allotment.
Big battle continuing between Chris Buescher and David Reagan for the 30th position in points on the racetrack. They're now racing against each other, and that's good for Chris Buescher as he is close within a position of David Reagan.
Well, much like what Slugger Labby did for Austin Dillon, I think that's the same thing that Chris Buescher should do. He knows he has a little bit of a cushion on David Reagan, so if he can see him out the windshield or see him out the mirror, but be within a couple cars of him, he knows he's done his job. As you see right there, the race for 30th in the top left of your screen, currently a 10-point, well now it moves up, a 12-point cushion.
Well, and this is the ideal situation a situation for Chris Buescher now getting around David Reagan. He had said as long as he could see him and knew that he was racing on the same lap that they would be in good shape. You can see on the side rear quarter panel of Chris's car, it says play it safe. So I asked him how safe he was going to play it tonight. He said about 60%. We got to make sure we don't go a lap down. We got to make sure we don't put ourselves in any three-wide situations, and we've got to be cautious on pit road. The rest of it should take care of itself. Marty?
Kelly, this is a very interesting situation for David Reagan in that green and white Street Frog Toyota back there. It's interesting because Chris Buescher's biggest confidant in the Sprint Cup Series, David Reagan. When Chris Buescher was 16 years old and moved from Texas to North Carolina, he moved in with David Reagan's family. His father, Ken, took him in like a son. These two are like brothers. In fact, David's been giving Chris Buescher advice all weekend long, telling him just do what you need to do. You'll make it in the chase, no worry. But he said, I also have to take care of myself. We have a new sponsor on the team, a new sponsor this weekend. Their CEO is here. We have to run well, too. So very interesting situation for David Reagan, racing one of his best friends. And Jeff, as a driver, it always seems to happen like that, doesn't it?
It does always happen that way, but you have to be selfish and you have to pay attention to you and your team.
Chris Buescher doing what he needs to do to make it into the chase. Denny Hamlin trying to win in Virginia. NASCAR Drive is NASCAR.com's live race day companion. Select your in-car video or camera angle, access integrated driver stats, lap-by-lap commentary, and social conversation all in real time. You won't miss a lap when you visit NASCAR.com/drive on your personal computer now. Welcome back to the Federated Auto Parts 400 from Richmond International Raceway. Denny Hamlin leading. He has been out front for 34 of the 36 laps because of the pits and the pit cycle taking place. 2 laps were led by Jeffrey Earnhardt. But Denny Hamlin has had a mere full of the 20 of Matt Kenseth, who won this race a year ago after leading 352 laps. And Matt Kenseth looking strong once again. The 2 drivers are teammates with Joe Gibbs Racing. They actually have the silver numbers on the side of the JGR cars, celebrating 25 years in racing.
And it's not just the 2 Joe Gibbs Racing cars that have shown speed here early. That 78 of Martin Truex Jr. is just a few car lengths off that 20s bumper. You see him right there entering the screen, getting by Jeffrey Earnhardt there in the 32, or trying to get by him. He's been one of the fastest cars, if not the fastest car on the racetrack the last 4 or 5 laps.
Jeffrey Earnhardt just going a lap down. Currently 36 cars on the lead lap. And when it's short track racing, you can definitely see some side-by-side racing, and a few cars will go a lap down early because of the pace that Denny Hamlin is currently setting.
That's the two Ganassi teammates sitting here running very well in 5th and 6th. We've talked a lot about McMurray and what he has to accomplish tonight. Remember, Kyle Larson won a few weeks ago to move himself into the chase. The way these two teams are running and have been running the last month, you have to consider them as potential, I don't want to say favorites, but potential dark horses if the one car gets in, but certainly the 42 is already in.
Well, and the 42 of Kyle Larson told us in his interview after qualifying that he feels this is a track much like New Hampshire that he's not very good at. So even though they're not similar or exact replica racetracks, anything they learn or a good run here at Richmond, they think to carry over to New Hampshire in that first round of the chase. As you see the 3 of Austin Dillon making short work of the 42.
Another fight for position between two of the young drivers in NASCAR, the next generation. Austin Dillon, just 26 years old, out of Welcome, North Carolina, and then there's Kyle Larson, 24 years old, out of Elk Grove, California.
Yeah, Steve just mentioned it. Both of these teams talked about this not being a good racetrack for them, but right now, a good start to the race.
Battle for second now heating up as Martin Truex Jr. has caught the 20. Martin Truex Jr., such a big win at Darlington.
This team has started to run well on every kind of racetrack. Anytime, mile and a half, high bank half miles, road courses, everywhere they go, that 78 with Martin Truex is the threat to win the race.
And as we start to handicap the chase and the championship, you look at Martin Truex Jr., who has had such great success on all different types of racetracks, and you have to say Martin Truex Jr. has to be one of the favorites. You had mentioned dark horses, but as far as favorites for winning the championship, Martin Truex Jr. has definitely thrown his name into the hat.
What I've been so impressed about is, they have an alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing, but you wouldn't know it. They run, I would say they run almost, and especially last month, they run better than the Joe Gibbs cars. They've really run well and just so impressive. They won Darlington last weekend, and they were so proud as he's trying to make a move on Kenseth that they didn't have the fastest car all night, but when it counted, they had the car the fastest, and they went and won the race. Kelly.
Going to take second away, Kelly.
Yeah, and that win, I should say, last week at Darlington was so big for this team, not just because it was the Southern 500, one of the crown jewel events, but also the timing of it. This team has suffered quite a lot of setbacks through bad luck and a bad job on pit stops. They've lost a lot of those types of races, so his crew chief, Cole Pern, telling me it felt really good to get one back tonight. They're hoping to carry that momentum here today, and now he's running second, Marty.
Matt Kenseth is the man who fell back into the third position. He said the chassis doesn't feel that bad. It just feels like it's losing grip and overall a little bit looser on this run than he was the last run. I asked Jason Radcliffe, his crew chief, how are you approaching this race? Are you approaching it as maybe like the first race in the chase, build up that pressure a little bit? He said, hey, I'm approaching it like there's 3 bonus points on the line tonight. Points always matter. Crew chief's always thinking about points, Steve.
You have to always think about it. I mean, every point counts, and points matter, especially for this 31 of Ryan Newman. He's lost 4 positions since the restart. He's back here battling with the other Joe Gibbs Racing, Carl Edwards, who got blocked in on pit road, lost some spots there. So 31, as you can see, in the ghost points, currently minus 32. Has got to have a better run tonight than that to try to make the chase.
And Steve, we talk about how drive off on this track is so important. You got to turn the center of the corner right there, but right here you got to be able to put the gas down. Now he can do that off of 3 and 4, but off of 1 and 2, it's very, very tricky for him right now. He's going to make the 3-wide pass though if he can get it done.
Carl Edwards right in the middle of a 3-wide pass.
He wants to get up there and race with his teammates. The Toyota cars are 1st through 4th. Carl Edwards stuck back here in the 15th position, feeling a little left out.
And Carl Edwards won the spring race at this racetrack by moving his teammate out of the way on the last lap. Kelly.
And that first caution brought out by Ryan Blaney was trying to give it one last shot to get into the chase, try to grab a win, but what happened out there, Ryan?
I don't know. I haven't really seen a replay of it, but I wait in a spot where I thought I was clear in the 3 and was told I was clear, and I guess the 6th thought I wasn't clear, and just 2 drivers going for the same spot. It's a shame it happened so early. Thought there'd be a little bit more give between both of us, but maybe a little bit stubborn-headed on both of our parts. But I should know better than that. But it's unfortunate, we didn't really even get to run to see where our car was going to go. That's the most unfortunate part about this, and didn't even give ourselves a shot at it. So that's something you kind of regret about. But I got to thank SKF and Motion Industries for being on board. We're not with them very often, and it's really special when we are, and it's unfortunate we didn't show them a better race, but all we can do is go on to Chicago and try to do better there.
Right. Team's still hard at work trying to get him back out there, Rick.
Yeah, Martin Truex Jr. is now the leader at Richmond. He's been able to get by the 11 of Denny Hamlin and take over the top spot. So momentum on the side of the 78 team as he has now worked his way past Matt DiBenedetto in the 93. Some of the slower cars on the track, they're putting a lap down now. And the race for the lead was going on while they're trying to make these passes. Regan Smith in the 7 also has gone a lap down. And Denny Hamlin now has given up the lead to Martin Truex Jr. Martin Truex Jr. out in front, trying to go back-to-back with wins after winning at Darlington a week ago. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Toyota, let's go places. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. Let's take a look at tonight's Ram Guts and Glory. Steve?
Well, do you have the guts? Can you gamble? Can you find a different pit strategy to try to get your driver to the win? And it's about the win, the glory of the win. You win and you're in the chase. Casey Kane, other cars, Trevor Bayne, Ricky Stenhouse, Greg Biffle, all of those cars, if any of those cars could win tonight, they'll find themselves in the playoffs in Chicago.
And just moments ago, we saw the 38. That's Landon Castle in the 38 behind the wall. And Landon Castle coming into this race 29th in points. So that definitely could be beneficial for Chris Buescher, who's actually Landon Castle's teammate. If you look at the race in the race for the 30th position, Chris Buescher's actually moved up to the 29th position. Landon Castle now down to the 30th spot. Mike.
And Landon Castle had been complaining, Rick, for a few laps that he felt like his brakes were fading a little bit. It got to the point where he just couldn't handle it anymore, had to come back behind the wall. You can see the car now up on jack stands. They're going to bleed the brakes and see if that helps, but obviously it was not a condition Landon could race through.
And so, difficult situation, obviously, for Landon Castle. The battle continues on the track, though, between Casey Kane and Carl Edwards, fighting for the 13th spot now. As Carl Edwards working to the inside of Casey Kane. Edwards with a win already this season. 2 to be exact, back-to-back, Bristol and Richmond.
Casey Kane wheel going the wrong way. He's lost 7 spots since this restart. See the left front brake glowing. Of course, a lot of people have the left front brake glowing, but just doesn't seem to handle the corner like he needs to. You see he's a little bit loose leaving the corner. I would imagine he's tight in the middle and loose off because he's at Richmond and he's just struggling.
We saw Atlantic Castle with the issue with the brakes. Brakes hard on short tracks. You're obviously having to get on the brakes fairly hard when you get into turn 1 as well as turn 3. And Casey Kane still trying to hold off now the 31 of Ryan Newman. Marty.
And he is loose into the corner and loose on exit. And what is the one thing, Jeff, you said earlier this weekend, you can't be at Richmond, loose into the corner. Casey said it's actually getting worse the longer they run. That also adds to the brake rotor heat as well that you're seeing on that 5 car.
Yes, it does, Marty. And saw Ryan Newman behind him. I think he's loose getting in the corner also. And the adjustment that you have as a driver is you have brake bias. And when you get loose on corner entry, you can put more front brake in it. It helps keep the back of the car settled into the racetrack, puts more pressure on the front brakes, but of course it makes those front rotors glow, builds a lot of heat in the front tires, a lot of things that you don't want, but it's kind of a crutch that sometimes the drivers have to do.
You are correct in what you see there, driver. Maybe you drove the 31 at one time, I don't know. As for Ryan Newman, he started this run loose in the entry, tight in the middle, loose off. Then it was loose everywhere. That's been his most recent report, having a little trouble getting that car to the back end of the car.
Yeah, you can just see Ryan Newman as we ride along with him. He enters the corner. He's just got to be real easy getting in the corner because he's loose. Not really too bad into 3, and 3 isn't as bad as getting into 1. Typically, turn 1 is a looser corner. You can see he's loose leaving the corner. Now he enters turn 1, and now you're afraid to put wheel to it because the more you see he's keeping the wheel really straight. If he turns that wheel on corner entry, that makes the back end want to come around. So Newman doing all he can to manage this problem.
And again, Newman has the chase looming for that 31 team as a good battle for second heats up between Denny Hamlin and the 20 of Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, Rick, we've seen cars all over the racetrack from the yellow line down at the apron all the way up to the wall, but this 20 of Matt Kenseth, he's been consistently right around the bottom of the racetrack. It seems like his car, the handling has only really improved compared to everyone else's as the run has gone on. Right here you see the left front tire and the left side tires of that 20 right here out of the front of the 11, actually touching the apron. The car turning so well that he can get the left sides all the way to the flat part of the racetrack.
And Steve, he said on the radio the car is loose on exit, a little bit tight in the middle right there for Matt Kenseth. But the one thing Jason Ratcliffe told me this morning was, hey, we brought the 2014 tire here. NASCAR brought that from Goodyear, the 2014 tire. What I saw from that, the track widened out a little bit. We're seeing that this evening. There were long green flag runs, so your car better be good on those long runs. So that's what they spent this morning working on that 20 car, trying to develop a setup so they would be good longer into the run. And here we go. Once again, Matt Kenseth showing that strength midway through the run.
Out front, Martin Truex Jr. has an alliance with Joe Gibbs Racing, and then right behind Truex Jr., Kenseth, Hamlin, and Kyle Busch. But the rotor is already heating up for Casey Kane. Welcome back. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Richmond. Telecast presented by Smithfield Foods. Jamie McMurray, 32 points ahead of 17th, which right now is Ryan Newman. It's presented by Sprint. Sprint's network reliability. Now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today. Save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit the Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Mike Massaro.
Well, Rick, the one car stands to become the second Ganassi car in the chase. And if you remember, just a couple of years ago, co-owner Felix Sabates, well, he kind of predicted that he'd have two cars in the chase that year. It didn't happen that year, but it might happen this year. Sabates was right next to the car before he rolled off and took the green today, congratulating him and giving a little pep talk. I also spoke with Chip Ganassi, asking him what it would mean if two cars were in the chase for the organization. He didn't hesitate. He said it would be the biggest thing ever for Ganassi Racing. And of course, Chip McMurray doing his part right now, very much in contention. Meanwhile, the three of Austin Dillon also very good, happy with the car. Slugger Labby told me this morning they were looking for long runs. We've seen some so far, so it seems like this race is playing right into their hands.
Only one caution came out early in this race, and currently on a 65-lap green flag run is Brad Keselowski holding on to the 7th spot.
Yeah, remember, Brad started 17th, so 82 laps into this race, he's picked up 10 spots and moving forward. So Brad Keselowski having a good start to this race.
Brad Keselowski, former champion in the series, the 32-year-old out of Rochester Hills, Michigan, has a win at Richmond. Came back in 2014. Right now running 7th.
And Brad's crew chief, Paul Wolf, told me they're trying something a little bit different with their setup on the 2 car this time. He said, we feel like we've always been kind of a 5th to 10th place car when we show up. So we thought we'd try something that we could learn from and maybe use down the road. And it turns out they were really happy with it in practice. He said the biggest challenge, though, is trying to find that balance between the short run speed and the long run speed. When they won here back in 2014, he said, we were really good on short run speed, but that was kind of how the race played out with a lot of cautions. Obviously, early in this race, we're already seeing some long runs.
We have seen some long runs. The 4 of Kevin Harvick, started this race in the 19th position, has come all the way up to the 10th, and we now have a caution on the racetrack. Right here on the front stretch, it looks like it's A.J. Allmendinger.
27 of A.J. Allmendinger, you had mentioned earlier, running right up against the wall.
What's your bigger problem, center or tight middle?
He was in 27th position.
Right now, the whole car.
And we had been watching him. He was a lot of people had migrated to the top of the racetrack, but he was way up the racetrack. But here he's on the very bottom, trying to make a pass off turn 4 and just loose off turn 4. That's something that Steve, you and I have seen many times.
Absolutely.
It's just so little grip on the bottom, trying to accelerate out of there, especially on a long run with worn out tires. Very loose part of the racetrack.
And sometimes because he was running the top, Jeff, you come to the bottom to pass the car, it's a little bit harder to judge that. But what a big break for Chase Elliott. Very close to going a lap down, only a couple cars between him and the leader. So unfortunate situation for A.J. Allmendinger, but a good break for the 24 as the 78 there, the race leader, was close to the rear bumper.
It also gives Ryan Newman a chance to come in and work on his car, as well as Casey Kane. Two guys going backwards, need to make some changes to try to get going in the right direction.
Pit road is open, Kelly.
And Martin Truex leads this race looking for back-to-back wins. As you can imagine, he has been pretty quiet on the radio. I said the car was coming to him. It sounds like they're going to make an air pressure adjustment, though, for Martin Truex Jr. as they give him 4 fresh Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, Mike.
Jamie McMurray's been working the track bar from inside the race car. That's because he's been tight in the middle and a loose off. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment to try to help him here with 4 tires and fuel. Marty?
Despite being so good on the long run, Matt Kenseth said his car is still loose on exit, tight in the middle, and he describes it as just on top of the track, a wedge adjustment for that group, Dave.
Right rear wedge adjustment and tape on the front of the 31 car. Remember, it was so loose, difficult to drive. They'll change 4 Goodyear tires and fill him full of Sunoco fuel.
Great pit stop for Kurt Busch. Denny Hamlin as well. Denny Hamlin looks like he won the race off pit road. Watch every Sprint Cup Series race with the NBC Sports app. Get closer with additional camera angles, driver stats, and track information. It's available on mobile, tablet, and connected TVs. Download the app. Find out more at NBCSports.com/live. Tough to see the spotters up there on top of the spotter stand. This spotter coverage is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. And they've got a tough job tonight. Short track racing, difficult as the car's going away from them into turn number 1 and the car's coming toward them in turn 4. 14 of Tony Stewart with issues on pit road. Take a look at this. We ride along with Chase Elliott.
See right there, the 14 is really far to the right, not really in the middle lane, but the right-hand lane. He checks up to get in his pit box. I don't think Greg Biffle was ready for it. Catches the 14 of the bumper. He was running 19th. The pit crew, luckily, no one got hit. Serviced the car, but lost some track position on this cycle.
Dangerous situation. The 5 car, guy we've talked about needing to win this race, was running 16th. Caught speeding on pit road along with his teammate Jimmy Johnson, who was running 17th. Both pit road speeding penalties.
Mike.
And a miscue also for Kurt Busch and the 41 team. Kurt came down pit road on that first attempt, was looking at his speed on the digital dash and accidentally missed his pit stall. Had to come back down and pit again on the next lap. They made an adjustment to both sides of the wedge on left and right side, trying to get the car to handle a little bit better. But the biggest problem, obviously, was he missed his pit stall on the first attempt.
Let's listen into the 14 radio and communications.
Good job recovering there, guys. I know we've never, ever in a million years ever practiced in case that happens, but you just got to do the stop, do the right side first, do the left side last, just like a normal stop. Sorry, I got us in that bind there. I didn't. As soon as I turned, he clipped me and turned me.
That was the communication from Tony to his team. 2x2 once again. Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. Hamlin has chosen the inside line for the restart. Great restart for the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. trying to hang tough on the outside. Battle for third now between two Joe Gibbs Racing drivers. The 18 of Kyle Busch on the inside and the 20 of Matt Kenseth on the outside.
Family fight at the front. All Joe Gibbs Racing cars.
The alliance, of course, with Martin Truex Jr. Jamie McMurray in the top 5. And 3 wide as they're working. This looks like a parking lot.
And this is not what Chris Buescher in that 34 wants to see. He wants to have an uneventful night. And being at the top 3 wide, I would not describe as an uneventful. Who's at the bottom? David Reagan, the other car he's racing.
And I think I might just give that spot up on the outside of 3 wide. It's probably not where I want to be. Remember, fight the battle. You know, it's a fight the war, rather. Don't lose the war over this battle.
Cars packed in, fighting for position. And amazingly, 3 wide at Richmond. And up into the wall, it looks like the 24 of Chase Elliott. Sure enough, sparks flying, and Chase Elliott brings out the caution.
This will be a verdict for Chris Buescher. I believe he's the first car lap down, so I think he'll get the free pass.
Remember, I mentioned earlier, unless something catastrophic happens to the 24 of Chase Elliott, he should be in. But this potentially could be that problem that they did not want to see.
You see right here, the 31 gets down inside the 88, catches him in the corner panel, forces the 88 up into his teammate, the 24. And you see right here, Tony Stewart squeezes through the middle, but that contact must have cut the left front tire down. It took a couple laps, but here he is down the front stretch, past the start-finish line, that white and green car. You see it spark, and that's a pretty decent hit to the right side suspension. And the other concern, Rick, is not only does he have a flat tire, but with no interliners, he's dragging suspension off to get back to pit road.
You see the 88 of Jeff Gordon, he just acted like Ryan Newman wasn't there and turned left on him. Ryan Newman really did anything wrong. It's just Jeff Gordon came down aggressively getting into 1.
So the 88 of Jeff Gordon got into the 24 of Chase Elliott. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, and by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Listening to team communication for the 88 car.
Don't need 3 wide, I need looking inside. You know, that helps me a lot better in that situation. I didn't realize that 31 dove in there. Yeah, he dove in there late. I didn't think he was going to go there. As soon as I saw him going down there, I started calling him there.
And that was spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less. TJ Majors talking with Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, and so TJ Majors, very experienced spotter on the roof. Jeff Gordon, obviously a very experienced driver. Remember, this is only the 6th race that TJ and Jeff have worked together. So obviously TJ had an opinion on what was going on. Jeff needed different information. When it comes to spotter and driver, the cadence, how you say it, how direct you are, very little things can make a difference. It seems like they're working out the bugs with only 6 races. Kelly?
And the 24 of Chase Elliott was the victim in that they brought him down to pit road. There was some damage on both sides, primarily though on the right side, but he hit it square, so it was fixable. They pulled out that sheet metal. He's back out.
And back on the lead lap. Green flag back in the air.
Kevin Harvick to the bottom of the 3 wide. Remember, Kevin Harvick has wins. He can push the issue. The 3 of Austin Dillon has to be wise here. Give the 4 room. He's starting to protect those points.
Battle for the lead continues. Martin Truex Jr. on the outside. Denny Hamlin on the inside.
Martin Truex loose. You saw a big wheel movement as he tried to keep the car from spinning out and still made ground doing it.
Working that outside line, and Martin Truex Jr. takes the lead away from Denny Hamlin.
Martin Truex is so aggressive, so confident right now. He believes in this race car, believes in his team, and you saw it right there. How much he trusts this race car.
You know what that does is confuse everyone for late race restarts, because consistently the bottom has been the place. Now we've seen the top prevail. Those are notes that crew chiefs and spotters take throughout the race, so when the driver needs that information in the closing laps, he can provide it.
Keselowski making a move on the 18. Kyle Busch, we talked about Keselowski making a big move and worked himself up from the middle of the pack. Now he's putting pressure to try to get into the top 4.
Brad Keselowski started this race 17th and now consistently in the top 5. He's racing for the 4th spot with Kyle Busch.
See how aggressive all these guys are racing, but the car behind them, that one car right there, he doesn't want any part of that. He wants clean, no contact. Please don't anybody get together. Please nobody touch me.
Again, he's racing to stay in the top 16 in points, have a chance at being in the chase for the 2nd consecutive year. Side by side, Matt Kenseth to the inside of Denny Hamlin. As we see the 43, looks like a left rear tire issue. Eric Almirola, left rear tire completely gone. And Almirola throwing a little bit of rubber debris onto the racetrack. We'll see if he's able to get back to pit road.
And the 43 was one more of those race cars, Rick. We talk about a win and you're in. Was running 16th. We've seen the 43 in this car run well here at Richmond. This flat tire is going to hurt his chances.
And amazingly, no caution, though. The tire never completely came apart, didn't leave a lot of debris on the racetrack. You see up the front straightaway, he gets into the wall, everything gets tight. Look at the 48 he got in the wall. This front straightaway is curved. It's not straight, and it's hard to judge where you are. 3 wide on the exit of turn 4.
You see Ricky Stenhouse at the bottom. He comes up, makes heavy contact with that 48.
Yeah, I think the 48 got loose on the top of them also. As they contacted, the 48 got loose, really with nothing to do with the 2 below him, and he kind of turned down onto the car underneath him.
Keselowski just in front of Jamie McMurray. McMurray coming into this race had a 22-point lead.
It strikes me, maybe it's just my opinion, but every time I see these 2 Chip Ganassi racing cars, they're 1-2.
Marty, what's happening with the 23?
Rick, you see that 23 and you see that right front damage. David Reagan also getting into the wall, making some contact. They actually had to get the Sawzall out to cut away part of the bodywork and some bare bond to take part of the bodywork down too. Obviously huge chase implications, and I'm sure Chris Buescher being made aware right now that the 23 having some issues.
Chris Buescher got the free pass to get back onto the lead lap. Currently running in the 24th position. David Reagan down in 37. You see the race for 30th, the points. Chris Buescher in 29th. Landon Castle 30th. And David Reagan 19 points out of the top 30 back in 31st.
Yeah, before that excitement with the 23, what I was saying is those two Chip Ganassi cars always seem to run next to each other on the racetrack. That tells me that they must do a good job of sharing information. When one car is good, they're both good. Unfortunately, when one car struggles, it seems like they both struggle at times.
Big news for the 4, Kevin Harvick. After having issues on pit road, he decided to make a change. The front tire changer and carrier were swapped out with Danica Patrick's team, 10, because of the issues on pit road. And so Kevin Harvick trying to make that better, have a better situation. Rodney Childers making that call for Stewart-Haas Racing, and they said it was temporary to see how it works out. Marty?
Rick, so far that new bunch has made 2 stops today. The first stop 11-3, the second stop 11-1 for Harvick. And remember, chassis-wise, they talked about this was going to be a hero or zero night. Lots of changes on that 4 car in pre-race this morning, and so far looking pretty good. Remember, Harvick started way back in 19th. He's made his way up into the 9th position, so making his way forward and on pit road, things going very well so far. So if you're a Harvick fan, it's been a good night so far this evening.
As we were riding along, we actually could see the steering wheel for Kevin Harvick, one of the many drivers that have the teal on the steering wheel for ovarian cancer awareness in this month of September. Carl Edwards on the inside trying to hold on to the 9th position as Kevin Harvick taking it away.
You guys talked about earlier, Carl Edwards wanted to get up front and race with the teammates of his that are doing so well, but the car just has not turned well for him here tonight. The last time he was down pit road, they made an air pressure adjustment and gave him 4 fresh tires, and now Harvick gives him a tap.
And we'll see quite a bit of that on the short tracks.
Well, a minute ago, that 19 car kind of gave the 4 a bump, and the 4, I think, was returning the favor, letting him know he didn't really appreciate that.
And remember, Harvick said earlier in the week that this started the chase. He was bringing, remember, on his Twitter, he sent the bulls into the stands.
I believe there was a tweet that he was going to be like a bull that jumped into the grandstands. The Bulls moving forward. Kevin Harvick holding on to the 10th spot. This was the tweet that he sent out earlier in the week. My mood for the next 11 weeks. he is going to be a bull.
I'll be honest, I thought that was his mood for all 36 weeks. Just because, and I say that as a compliment. One thing I love about Kevin Harvick is he is aggressive. He is aggressive every lap, every restart. He's aggressive in his interviews, aggressive with his criticism. He wants to win races, and it shows.
And there's Eric Almirola. Saw issues with Eric and that left rear tire earlier.
Well, Rick, we talk about how heavy the braking is right here. Look right there. That is basically the right front tire and right front brakes of the 43 car. So watch as he comes down the front straightaway. That rotor will start to cool off. It'll lose its orange glow. But watch when Eric jumps on the brakes to get into turn one. It glows up over 15, 16, 1700 degrees.
So many times the heat in the brakes then turn into air pressure. The air pressure goes up on the right front, and that screws up the handling for these drivers.
Builds the air pressure up and makes the car drive worse because the heat transfers into the tire and builds that air pressure up. Marty, you got something else?
It's amazing to watch those brakes glow, isn't it? Kyle Busch has the same exact thing going on. Adam Stevens said, make sure your front fans are on, trying to cool those brakes a little bit. Here's what else he had to say about the brakes also.
Brake shake this entire run, getting worse. Up to a 5. That's all. Turn your rotor fans off. Bring full pit off. Just keeps going looser and looser and looser and looser with the back. Front still tight in the center like it's a track bar load up.
Brake shake. Jeff, explain what brake shake is and how it affects the driver.
Yeah, well, brake shake is a very difficult thing to deal with, but you hear it a lot at this racetrack, don't you, Steve? Because brake heat is so important. We'll go to NASCAR Heat Evolution, and quite simply, the cars have ducts in the front of them where air flows through to try to cool the brakes.
Yeah, well, it's simple to say, well, you need to cool the brakes, but you can actually cool the brakes too much. So what the 18 might do right here, we're going to remove a hose. You can't really remove a hose during the race, but you can add tape. So brake shake can sometimes actually be overcooling the brakes. We just looked underneath the hood of the 43, saw that rotor glow. Well, you need temperature for them to work accurately. When they run a little too cool, the pad material transfers to the rotor, and basically the pedal shakes when the driver gets on.
And it makes the car handle worse. It's very annoying. You can't trust the brakes. You can't use the brakes as well to get the car to handle the way you want to. So that brake shake doesn't sound like a big deal, but it really affects the way the car drives.
And a reminder, NASCAR Heat Evolution is coming Tuesday. Pre-orders are available online now at NASCARheat.com. Kevin Harvick way up the racetrack. Kurt Busch in the 41 down on that low line.
Well, you mentioned 41 and Kurt Busch. Remember, he missed his pit stall a couple cautions back when he came to pit road under this last caution, got a little bit fresher. We're only talking 4-lap fresher tires in these other cars. You see him easily dispose of his teammate, the 4 of Kevin Harvick, and right up to the rear bumper of the 19. This is how much tires are worth. Kurt Busch driven himself back into the top 10.
19 of Carl Edwards now trying to hold off the 41 of Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch, the 38-year-old brother to Kyle Busch, both out of Las Vegas, has won 2 times at Richmond. Mike?
And despite the error on pit road, Rick, this team stayed poised, and Kurt did as well behind the wheel. He's been struggling a little bit with a loose race car, but he's been really driving it well. Very happy with the speed it's had throughout the course of this run, and he's trying to make up for what happened on pit road just a handful of laps ago.
And we talked about Kurt Busch making a move, and here he is trying to make a move underneath the 19 of Carl Edwards. But another guy on the move since the restart is the 88 of Jeff Gordon. We saw him have that contact getting into turn 1, but since the restart, he's picked up 10 spots and running in 13th spot. So 2 of these cars coming from toward the back, charging their way to the front.
Longest green flag run today has been 69 laps, currently on a 32-lap green flag run. And already the rotor's heating up. We've seen brake issues. We've seen tire issues. Short track racing, Richmond racing in particular, with a lot of the issues that we've already seen.
And look at where everybody's running. They're running all over the racetrack. They're on the bottom, they're in the middle, they're on the top. Just everybody's moving around to try to find what makes their car drive the best.
Jeff, you mentioned this earlier in the race that you thought the 2 was just kind of sneaking its way to the front. Well, both Penske cars doing a nice job tonight. Brad Keselowski here running in 6th. Joey Logano, his teammate, right behind them in 7th. This is a long race. 400 laps at Richmond is a long time. The track will change. It'll tighten up. Both of these cars continue to make adjustments. They definitely need more speed to catch those 4 Toyotas running in the front, but they seem to make a little bit gains every pit stop.
And this car in that team, Joey Logano, this team seems to do a very good job of in-race adjustments, finding a way to be the best they need to be at the end of the race. We've seen this team run 18th, 19th, 20th in portions of the races, and then you turn around and look at the races dropping the checkered flag. He's in the top 2 or 3, so don't count these guys out.
Mike Massaro.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about Greg Biffle. It's his 500th career start, and he was hoping to make it a very memorable one. Remember, he's one of those guys who needs to win to get in. Unfortunately, they had a very poor day on Friday in qualifying, rolling off 28th this evening, and their biggest concern was falling a lap down. The first 200 laps critical. They've done a good job. Biffle really trying to keep the car on the lead lap. He's driven from 28th all the way up inside the top 15 and has been battling a loose race car. You can see him running the high groove right now, but still trying to stay on the lead lap so they can make adjustments and continue to move forward. Dave?
Mike, when I talked to Ryan Newman's crew chief, he's the driver of the 31 there, crew chief Luke Lambert told me that they made improvements on this race car through the hot hours of Friday practice. And he was concerned, even though they had adjusted it for that, the 20 or 30 degree cooler racetrack, it might not respond the same way. And tonight, it's been very loose in all places. The only place that it's really been difficult to turn is when he's down in the lowest groove in the rubber that's accumulated on the track. But a ill-handling car so far tonight, and not any points gained for Newman.
Dave, right behind him, his teammate Paul Menard. Nobody has gained more spots tonight than Menard. Started 30th. He's up 13 positions. Currently in the 17th spot, dealing with a car that's a little bit too tight in the center. This morning, Danny Stockman, his crew chief, and I talked. He said, we're terrible. So he took the 3s setup, his teammate Austin Dillon, and put that underneath the car. Clearly, it's come to life here in the race. Steve, after all, what are teammates for, right? Other than to help you with a setup on race day morning.
Well, that's what you have to do, Marty. That's the idea with these big organizations. It's not just information. At times, if you cannot put it together over the course of the weekend, you just have to step back and punt, put somebody else's setup in.
You're watching NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Richmond. Telecast presented by Smithfield Foods. Truex still out front. Tonight's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods, giving us great vantage point of the racing here at Richmond International Raceway. You can get your NASCAR coverage when you're on the go with NASCAR Mobile. The official app of NASCAR puts race coverage and live in-car cameras right at your fingertips. It's part of Fan Appreciation Weekend. Get access to all the premium features for free this weekend only. Download now at NASCAR.com/mobile. Kurt Busch closing the gap between he and Joey Logano. That's the fight for 7th, and sliding up there to the outside, Dylan Lupton in the 83.
And look at the 34 of Chris Buescher doing a nice job. He got the lucky dog a little bit, or excuse me, the wave around a little bit earlier in the race. He's up to 24th position, running well. My concern is the car right in front of him, the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. We heard Dale Jarrett and Kyle Petty talk about him in the pre-race show, that they didn't think that he was chase ready, and he's proven it again tonight. They just haven't had the speed, currently in the 21st position.
And we saw he had contact a few laps ago, but even prior to that contact, they just were going the wrong way, not had the speed that we think they should have. The 2 weeks prior to this race, we've heard a lot from Jimmy, how much faster their cars have been, but they haven't seen the results. And then going into this race, they just do not have the speed right now.
And Jeff, they thought that they would have a bit more speed than what they've shown. The team was really optimistic by what they saw in practice. And when I chatted with his car chief, Ron Malik, and asked him really what the objective was for tonight, he said it's really just to put together a complete race, to feel like the team is gelling and that they can come away with a clean, solid result. Well, that hasn't been the case. We saw him get into the wall a little bit earlier. Jimmy also had a speeding penalty that obviously cost him several positions as he moved back down pit road. That's kind of been the story of this team, something they really wanted to clean up as we head into the chase.
The graphic says it all, Rick. The best Hendrick car currently 12th, Jeff Gordon. The other one's up and around the 20s.
I can tell you one thing. Chris Buescher is not racing points very much. We saw a very aggressive move, making it 3 wide with Danica Patrick and Jimmy Johnson, and then we saw him hanging the car out loose. So Chris Buescher, even though points are precious to him and he's in good shape right now, he's still racing hard and pushing.
Ironically, it says play it safe on the side of Chris Buescher's car, and it doesn't look like he's playing it safe because he's in a situation where he's 29th now in points. He has a position cushion over that 30th spot as far as getting into the chase.
Yeah, that's right. And look, we're seeing Danica Patrick and Jimmy Johnson right now race. Danica Patrick is running in 22nd. Jimmy Johnson is the last car on the lead lap. So these two cars and drivers are racing very hard to try to stay on the lead lap as Martin Truex Jr. is coming toward them.
Chris Buescher's teammate Landon Castle back out onto the racetrack, 45 laps down, as battles for position closer to the front continue to heat up. Jamie McMurray and Kyle Busch. McMurray has been consistently running in the top 5 this evening. McMurray never has won at this racetrack, but 4 times has finished 3rd. As Kyle Busch lurks to the outside. And that number 18, Kyle Busch, one of the drivers that has won here at Richmond and has done it 4 times. Brothers running side by side now as Kurt Busch looks to the inside of Kyle Busch. Kurt, the elder brother of Kyle, both with championships in the Sprint Cup Series.
What I love right here is we're going to show up high how crazy this track is late into a run. 55 laps into this run, and look at, we have cars down along the apron, cars up against the wall. And this is what's so great about short track racing, Jeff. There's really nowhere to hide. You talk about Chris Buescher not playing it safe. I like the aggression. I think it's his only option. But this really shows, looking into turn 3, not only a great crowd up in the stands, but multiple grooves go around this 3/4 mile racetrack.
Yeah, you don't think about 3/4 mile racetracks being multiple grooves. Normally it's 1.5 2 mile racetracks, Daytona, Talladega super speedways, but this racetrack is so unique. These guys are driving all over the racetrack.
Finding grip anywhere they can, trying to get by the other drivers as they're racing for position.
It's why the drivers love this racetrack so much. It's also why the fans enjoy it also. There's something always going on.
Everywhere you look, we saw the 32 there. And Jeffrey Earnhardt get right up against the wall. Logano all over the back bumper of Kyle Busch now. Logano running a little bit lower line in that Pennzoil number 22. Little wiggle out of the 18 of Kyle Busch as he continues to search for grip.
And Rick, we talked about long runs. We talked about all over the racetrack. We're at lap 159. We're not even to halfway. When it comes to short track racing, patience truly is a virtue. 400 laps at Richmond is a long, long race. You have to continue to be patient, continue to communicate with your crew chief. As you see, Joey Logano and Kyle Busch continue to race side by side. absorb this information. Joey Logano needs to be letting Todd Gordon know, this is what I need to be a little bit better than the 18. Maybe it's drive off the corner. Maybe it's turn in the center.
And we have seen long green flag runs have taken place as big hit by Paul Menard in the 27 getting into the side of the 16 of Greg Biffle.
Yeah, I think Paul assumed the 16 was going out against the wall, misjudged it a little bit. 16 thought he was going to make a move underneath the car on the outside and just make contact.
With long green flag runs brings up the opportunity of possibly having green flag pit stops. And pit road speed very slow at this racetrack. And cars and teams don't want to get caught for speeding when they're fighting for positions to get into the chase, like Jamie McMurray in the one. Mike.
You know, speaking of Jamie McMurray, he got kind of a break this week, or so you would think, with the penalty to the 31. He would have come in here with only a 7-point cushion, but instead, because of that 15-point penalty, he now has a 22-point advantage. So I asked him what his reaction was, and I was a little bit surprised. He said, you know what? I've been in that position before. He remembered back to 2004 when he had an infraction. He was penalized, and those points cost him a chase berth. So to a degree, he had some sympathy for Ryan Newman. I was very surprised by that. But then at the end, he said, you know what, though? I was a little bit relieved. It does help.
Every little bit helps. Martin Truex Jr. has been out front 96 of the 162 laps complete. Taking a look at the laps led this season, or 1,143 laps led for Martin Truex Jr. It is a career high for him, presented by Sprint. Sprint's network reliability now within 1% of Verizon. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today. Welcome back to the Federated Auto Parts 400. 88 of Jeff Gordon just in front of Kevin Harvick.
Gordon works himself into the top 10. We keep talking about this car moving forward. We talked a little while ago about Jimmy Johnson struggling so bad, and also the 5 of Casey Kane. We saw the trouble that Chase Elliott had earlier. The highlight of the Hendrick night right now is Jeff Gordon.
And you wonder, the 88, Jeff Gordon driving for Dale Earnhardt Jr., you know, it was kind of open-ended how long he would be in the car, but now the schedule has been determined. Alex Bowman's in for the majority of the races. Jeff Gordon is going to be in for 3 more races. I wonder if that limited schedule allows Jeff to maybe take a deep breath and prepare a little bit more for those races. He talks about being out of the car so much, he needs to actually prepare more to be competitive, running very well tonight.
And also picking the races that he really wants to run. Remember, he retired. He retired for a reason. You know, he didn't I think if you said you have to run Talladega, he'd say no, right? He wants to run the kind of races that he wants to run, the tracks that he really enjoys. So Dale Earnhardt Jr. making the decision, and his doctors that, hey, I'm not going to run the rest of the year, allowed them to lay the schedule out that best suits Alex Bowman and Jeff Gordon as this year winds down.
The guys right behind him, Kevin Harvick struggling with a race car that's tight in the center, and he says sideways off the corner. I think we have some proof of that a few laps ago. We're also closing in on green flag stops about 5 to 10 laps away, but Harvick struggling with the car extremely loose off the corners.
Based upon fuel, we saw the pit window would be around 110 laps to 120 laps. And Martin Truex Jr. was last on pit road on lap 86.
Well, Chris Buescher, we've mentioned he's been aggressive at times talking about points, but he also has to be aware of his surroundings. And we're going to see right here the 34 going down the backstretch, turns down into the corner right there. Dylan Lupton right on his right side door. It's a little closer than I think Chris Buescher was looking for. The next car drives down into on his right rear, kind of puts his hand up like, man, give me a little bit of space. Poor Dylan Lupton only making his second ever start in a Sprint Cup car. His first being at Sonoma. Richmond, this tight oval is much different than the Sonoma Raceway fit curve.
But I just feel like, slow down, Buescher. Like, just slow down. Like, pay attention to the battle, to the war, right? You're like fighting the battle. The goal is to move into the chase. That's the goal. You won Pocono. Don't do something that's going to take that away from you. Don't go in there underneath somebody that close. Just give everybody a little more room. You're in great shape. Don't make a mistake.
Those of you listening at home, a driver just said, slow down.
Do as I say, not as I do. Right?
Oh, they have all kinds of great opinions about other drivers. They just can never remember it when they're in the car themselves. But look at this right here. What a battle between Buescher in the 34, the 10 of Danica Patrick, and the 48 of Jimmy Johnson.
Danica Patrick running through the middle of the track. And the battle for that 30th position in points is what the 34 of Chris Buescher is fighting for to make sure he stays inside the top 30. Those points on the left side of your screen. Chris Buescher currently in 29th in the point standings. Landon Castle is 30th, 16 points in front of 23 of David Reagan.
Yeah, and listen, Martin Truex Jr. is setting a very quick pace. We only have 16 cars in the lead lap. And he just put Greg Biffle lap down in 17th. But look just ahead, right in front of the 43 is Ryan Newman. We talked about this team needing to win this race to advance or have something, happen to his competitors. Well, look in your mirror. Here comes Martin Truex Jr. to try to put you a lap down.
Martin Truex Jr. already almost a 6-second lead over Matt Kenseth. He's definitely not slowing down or backing off the pace that he's setting. We're getting closer to the green flag pit stops.
The 78 team is serving notice.
Absolutely.
We are here to win the championship. They made it all the way to the final race last year. They have that experience. They have more speed this year than they did last year. Watch this team.
Momentum so big in racing. And right now, Martin Truex Jr. has it all.
184 at Richmond. Kyle Larson gave up the 13th position to come to pit road. His car had been a little loose, but the entry into the corner was so much better than it was earlier in the race for him. He got 4 Goodyear tires, a fill of Sunoco fuel. Meanwhile, Ryan Newman giving up the 16th position on pit road now. He had just gotten lapped by leader Martin Truex Jr., and it was time to come for service for the Caterpillar Chevrolet. He was a little loose off. That was his biggest problem. He was tight in the center, but he really wished that the team would use that wrench, put it through the back window like they just did, and make that car a little bit better driving off the corner. Drive off for Denny Hamlin in the 11. Oh, and now Newman is blocked on pit road. He can't get around Hamlin. Hamlin had to go around someone else, and now they'll both get away. Hamlin's drive off was what was hurting there. He got adjustments for that as well, but a slow stop because of the blockage for Newman.
Matt Kenseth ran second for much of that run. They're in their second week with David Mayo, the new front tire changer, after John Royer, the normal changer, broke his hand in practice. A little bit of an adjustment, trying to tighten it up, Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr. had more than a 6-second lead over that 20 car. He's been very quiet on the radio as he worked his way, putting cars a lap down, 4 tires and fuel for Martin Truex Jr. Meanwhile, for Joey Logano, who had begun to work his way up through the field, he said on that long run he just started to get really loose off. It's also 4 tires that looked like they had to wait on to get full of fuel there for the 22.
Jamie McMurray just came down pit road, made a full service stop, 4 tires and fuel. The car had been loose in, tight center. They also made an air pressure adjustment on the car, Kelly.
And there you see Chris Buescher trying to stay in the top 30 in points. Said he was tight center and he's lost a lot of his forward drive. He said he really liked the car, how it started off, but it kind of went away on him at the end of that long run.
So Martin Truex Jr. came to pit road. Do you agree with the call coming to pit road as quickly as he did, Steve?
Well, this early in the race, I think I would have stayed on the racetrack for a little bit. He had about a 6.5 second lead over second place. You know how much you're going to give up, about a second a lap, second and a half a lap. So stay out 4 or 5 laps. I'm willing to give up that lead for the chance that a caution comes out, traps everybody down a lap. But Martin Truex Jr., I think they feel like they have a dominant car. They're not looking for gimmicks. They just want to have a clean pit stop. That's just what they did. And now they're back on the racetrack with about a 4.5 second lead over Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, we saw Ryan Newman get blocked in. What did that cause? That caused him, would have been the first car lap down because Paul Menard's still in the lead lap. Well, now he has 4 cars in front of him, down in 20th a lap down with 4 cars in front of him to be that first car lap down. Big problem for the 31.
Had to back up. He was too close to the 11 when he was trying to get out of his pit stall. Close call here for Martin Truex Jr. as well.
Look at Jamie McMurray. He just stopped. He did not contest it. He said, I cannot afford this contact on pit road. Gave a little bit of time up on the racetrack on pit because of making that decision. But with the position Jamie McMurray's in, that was the right thing to do.
Now his green flag pit stops are cycling through. Jimmy Johnson still hasn't come to pit road. He's running 4th.
Well, he has no choice. He's a lap down, Chad Knaus. This is what you have to do. You have to continue to grind, continue to try to do something. A caution now would basically save Jimmy Johnson a lap. He has about 10 or 12 more laps of fuel, so it'll all be how aggressive he needs to be. But now we see the 42 of Kyle Larson back on pit road. Dave?
He knew that he had a loose wheel, and they always check with the crew after a pit stop to see if anybody thought they might have missed a lug or left one a little loose. And they told Kyle Larson, we believe it will be the left front, so he had to come back down pit road. He may take 4, but they really think it's the right front, so maybe only 2 to save time. There he goes.
Yeah, and we could see the wheel wobbling as he was coming onto pit road and into his pit stall. That right front wheel.
There's never a good time. Those are the types of issues in round 1 can eliminate you from the chase. Remember how many cars needed those bonus points to even get out of round 1 at Dover. 4 drivers needed to lean on their bonus points from their wins just to get out of round 1. There are no guarantees. Those types of mistakes, Richmond, they have a win, everything's okay. A week from now, when they race for a championship or their race, trying to advance to Miami to win a championship, those type of miscues can be just what eliminates you in the chase.
And I know it's different pit crews, but it's from the same company. We saw Ganassi last week with McMurray late in the race. They had to pit, give up a lot of spots exceptionally late in the race at Darlington because of the same thing, a loose wheel. So these are not the kind of issues you want to have going on getting ready to head into the chase.
And there's your list of wins, Rick. You look at Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch. They're going to get 3 points for all of those wins, so they're going to have 12 points. When you look down at Kyle Larson, he's only going to have 3 points.
As far as bonus points, they will all get reset to 2,000 points, those with wins, and it's only in the first round that your wins count towards bonus points that you get to utilize to try to move out of the first round into the second round. But again, big points. That's 12 points for the guys that have 4 wins and only 3 points for the guys that have 1 win. And then you look at the guys who are going to get in based on points, no bonus points.
Right. Jeff, we thought this was an optical illusion, but the 42 only changed right side tires and kind of trying to confirm our issue. But when you see the 42 come down to pit road, we talked about loose wheels. Look at the right front wheel on the 42. It is so loose, you can actually see it shaking relative to the fender.
Yeah, that had to be a horrible feeling from inside the race car. I'm surprised he was able to run as long as he was able to run. Trying to wait for a caution, but when it's shaking like that, you have to pit quickly.
Battle for fourth continuing between Kurt Busch and Brad Keselowski as Keselowski looks to the inside once again of the 41. And a little wobble there by Keselowski. He catches it.
You know, with this racetrack, when we talked about it with the multiple grooves, it's very difficult to make this pass from the bottom. The reason why is because you can see Kurt Busch on the outside. He's able to carry so much momentum on the corner exit. The 2 car on the bottom, 48, trouble.
And Jimmy Johnson, who hadn't come to pit road.
Looks to me like the left front tire is flat, but there looks to be some damage on the left front as well. I don't know if he ran into another car, but it had to hit something to wrinkle up that fender like that. You know, we mentioned he was staying on the racetrack trying to get a yellow. Unfortunately, the plan was not to be the caution.
He was running 10th at the time, as you mentioned, trying to stay out before the caution came out, but now into the wall and sparks flying from underneath the 48.
He's driving on the front straightaway, driving into turn 1 right there. Tires down. There's nothing he can do. He's along for the ride. Did a pretty good job of the initial contact in the wall. Wasn't really hard. He was able to, he carried the wall a long time, but he never hit it really hard. So maybe not a lot of damage, and he still hasn't gotten lapped. I mean, he's been able to keep enough speed on the racetrack to keep from getting lapped. So if there's not a lot of damage in the car, he may have caused his own caution and saved himself by hitting the wall, as crazy as that sounds.
I see a lot of splitter being drug off right there. Remember, a few laps back, the 48 and the 43 made a little contact. That damage on the left front tire, I would bet that is what caused that left front flat.
Pit road is still closed, so teams won't be making their way onto pit road yet. Martin Truex Jr. came on lap 187. That was about 13 laps ago. And so do the guys that came just 15, 13 laps ago, will we see them onto pit road?
Yes. Every car on the lead lap had better be on pit road. We watched the 41 of Kurt Busch with 5-lap pressure tires, the 88 of Jeff Gordon with 5-lap pressure tires, drive through the field. All of these lead lap cars need new tires.
Well, you can gear up with the pit crew and get the latest NASCAR t-shirts, hats, and die-casts at the NASCAR.com Superstore. Visit NASCAR.com/Superstore today for all your favorite drivers' gear. Still working on the cleanup on the track as everyone falling in behind the pace car. The light in the back of the pace car green, meaning pit road is now open. So we see the 78s inching towards the left side and to his left, and will make his way onto pit road. Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr. looking for back-to-back wins for the first time in his career. This team has not made any significant changes for the 78, who has been very quiet on the radio. Now we see it'll be 4 tires and fuel again this time down pit road. Mike?
Kelly, Jimmy McMurray said he started off that run pretty tight. He thought it was because of the air pressure adjustment on the last stop. Matt McCall said we're not going to do any more of that. No adjustments, 4 tires and fuel. Marty?
Matt Kenseth said we've been better the last 2 runs, but we do not have the speed to keep up with that 78 and air pressure adjustment, trying to tighten it up, Dave.
Denny Hamlin said the car was better that time, but they need to work on the turn in the center. Looks like he might pick up a position on pit road.
As we look at the race off pit road, Hamlin does grab a spot. Kenseth drops one. Martin Truex Jr. holding serve out front. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Smithfield Foods. Frise ham skewers featuring Smithfield Anytime cubed ham, and that looks delicious.
And now I'm hungry.
Eric Almirola currently running 27th. Martin Truex Jr. out front. The restart when we return. Jeff Burton normally takes the NBC Toyota on-track car around the track to learn a little bit about the track, and this week it was actually Denny Hamlin that took the car for the spin.
And there's two ways to drive this racetrack. You can go into the corner wide, take a little bit of wheel out, and then bring it down the racetrack to get a longer, straighter exit. That'll save your rear tires in the long run. Richmond will chew up your rear tires if you abuse them. Another way to do it is you can let off early and carve this line here in 3 and 4. This typically de-wedges the car, helps it turn quite a bit longer, and typically gives you a lot better long run speed as well.
Very insightful, but we normally get that out of you too, Jeff, right?
I was just thinking, I never heard carving the corner, de-wedging the car. That was way more information. You need to start giving me that stuff.
He stole my car.
I thought you gave him the keys.
But
nope, he stole it.
On a serious note, how cool for Denny Hamlin, though, not only spend a day up at NASCAR America with us, but to drive that car on the track.
Dave.
And they've made 2 large adjustments to the Camry he's running right now. The last 2 stops, you see the lights coming back on top of the pace car, so they'll add a lap here. But Denny's car, he talked about turning when he was driving your car, Jeff, and it won't do that. But the drive off the corner has been the big thing for him. So they've taken rounds, they call that, when they make a chassis adjustment out of the left rear, 2 the last time and 2 this time to try to help it.
And we were listening into the 34 of Chris Buescher just moments ago. Here's what he had to say.
Looking solid on points here right now, bud. Just keep being smooth, keeping your nose clean, okay? You got it. You're 10 positions in front of the 23. You're 5 positions in front of the 95. 10, 15, 16 positions in front of the 38.
They're talking about where he stands compared to 30th. With the win at Pocono, he has to stay in the top 30 in points, and now 29th. So he's moved up a spot in front of teammate Landon Castle, who's now 30th, and David Reagan, who's 31st. Once again, ready for the restart. Martin Truex Jr. on the inside has chosen that inside line as they re-enter the restart zone. Green flag back in the air.
88 of Jeff Gordon back there in row 3. Didn't seem to get a very good restart. Lost a couple car lengths just down the front stretch.
Remember the last restart when Denny Hamlin chose the inside line and Martin Truex Jr. made the pass on the outside. This time Martin Truex Jr. chooses the inside line. Denny Hamlin can't make the outside line work.
Yeah, I'm taking notes. Common denominator, the 78 really takes the lead from either the top or the bottom. Seems to have the dominant car so far tonight, but not getting away from the 11. And who's coming into the fray but the 41 of Kurt Busch? Lost all that track position early when he missed his pit stall. Has come back, recovered all the way to the second position.
Jeff, how do you set up a pass at Richmond?
Well, on restart, it's all about momentum, trying to be leaving the corner with position so that when you get to turn 1 or turn 3, you're where you need to be. It's all about from the center of the corner to the exit. If you can beat somebody off the corner, then you can turn underneath them, especially on the front straightaway. This curved front straightaway, you see the one car underneath the 88. Gives you an opportunity to, if you're just even a little bit better than a guy, you can just turn left a little harder and get underneath them and beat them to turn 1. But we've talked about it all day. This upper groove, once you get underneath them, the fight just starts. With a one-groove racetrack, you get underneath somebody, you take the spot. But you can see right now how hard Jeff Gordon can fight on the outside.
And Jeff Gordon, very impressive, all the way up to 6th now in that 88. Again, just his 6th start in the 88, subbing for Dale Earnhardt Jr.
See Kyle Busch trying to take advantage of how tough the bottom line is. Kyle jumped on the outside of the 88, trying to go around McMurray. McMurray with a good run in the middle of the corner right there. Jeff Gordon slipped just a little bit. See if McMurray can clear him. He's got him cleared. Now if he can keep Jeff Gordon from making a run on the outside, wow, Kyle Busch makes a run on the inside.
I was wondering how long that was going to take. Kyle Busch was staying patient, but he had enough patience. He's ready to try to clear both cars, the 88 and the 1.
But now McMurray's on the outside. We saw Jeff Gordon, fight McMurray when Jeff was on the outside. Now McMurray will fight Kyle while he's on the outside. A little close contact.
Very close.
It's good Richmond racing right there. That's what's so fun about Richmond.
The size track, we talk about short track racing. We have a variety of short tracks. Little half mile in Martinsville, a track that I do love. But for these heavy, very high horsepower cars, this 3/4 mile track seems to suit them so well for a great mix of short track action, wide grooves, but decent speed still entering the corner.
And a lot of people have also talked about Iowa Speedway being a possibility for the Sprint Cup Series because it's another one that's under a mile, 7/8 of a mile for Iowa Speedway, and a very fast racetrack. And these cars seem to put on a great show on this racetrack, which is 3/4 of a mile. 14 degrees of banking here at Richmond as Carl Edwards trying to stay out in front of that 88.
We just saw Jeff Gordon battling Kyle Busch for 6th. Now he's fallen all the way back to 11th. So just in a few laps, Jeff Gordon's lost a lot of spots.
Going the wrong direction as Kyle Larson comes into the picture behind him. Carl Edwards going to the outside of the 22 of Joey Logano.
Jeff's car looks really tight through the middle of the corner.
Logano hugging the yellow line, and McMurray the inside of the 18, and Kyle Busch goes on to that 6th spot as McMurray trying to take it away, running 7th. McMurray coming into this race had a 22-point lead over Ryan Newman for the 16th spot. Now it's a 38-point lead that he has.
Yellow debris.
And the caution has come out. There is debris on the front stretch. That means that we'll re-rack the lineup, and potentially Kyle Larson is going to get the free pass. Was the first car scored a lap down.
The people that really benefited, they took the wave around on that last caution. The 17 of Stenhouse and the 10 of Danica Patrick, they both took the wave around. That's going to put them back in a lead lap.
And car just running over some of the debris that's on the front stretch. Officials will go down and pick that up. But once again, now it's been 19 laps since the last time they're on pit road. Remember, a limited number of tires, and We just passed the halfway point, only 222 laps complete. Do you come to pit road for 4 fresh tires?
Absolutely. All the leaders will be on pit road, and Martin Truex is going to lead them on there now.
Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr., who has now led more than 150 laps of this race, a track that he didn't think he was very strong at before. He's been really happy with his car. Quiet on the radio, 4 tires and fuel, Mike.
And Austin Dillon on pit road. This is the first significant adjustment he's made all night long. You saw the wedge wrench go in on the right side. He's been a little bit loose. They'll make a 4-tire change there and fuel. Dave?
Well, they got it loose, so they're going to take some of that wedge out, give Denny Hamlin 4 tires, and give him some more Sunoco fuel. He's out of here.
And a close race off of pit road. Denny Hamlin with the preferred stall there in pit number 1. It was Truex Jr., Kurt Busch, Denny Hamlin, and Brad Keselowski all holding their top 4 positions. NASCAR on NBCSN is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, helping drivers worry less on the track and on the road. Welcome back. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Racing from Richmond. Telecasts presented by Smithfield Foods. 226 laps complete. The 48 had a few issues on pit road.
See here, they're basically getting ready to be done changing tires. And remember, it's going to come in and adjust the left side wedge, come over. Well, no, he needs that tool. He needs to come back, get the tool, and as he goes to the right side to adjust the wedge on that side of the race car, the left rear tire rolls away. That's an uncontrolled tire on the 48.
This does not look like a Chad Canals 48 team. They just don't have the speed. They seem unorganized. They just don't seem ready for this chase that's getting ready to start.
6-time champion Jimmy Johnson. That team has won 6 championships. Brad Keselowski
go back all you can.
Also had a speeding penalty on pit road as the green flag back in the air.
A lot of penalties on pit road tonight, Steve.
We have to get those cleaned up, and the restarts. Look at Kevin Harvick again, aggressive to the bottom, trying to get inside the 20, wasn't able to get there.
3 and 4 wide as they work their way through 1 and 2. Battle for the lead continues. Kurt Busch trying to make that outside line work as he goes to the high side against the 78. Getting right on the door of the 78. Is he trying to pinch that 78 down and not give him as much room to work?
He's trying to pinch him down all that he can. He only wants to give Martin Truex just barely enough room he's going to clear him. What a run. Since that problem they had early in the race, he has been on a march, takes the lead.
Pass is made. Kurt Busch out in front at Richmond. Denny Hamlin working around the 18, up to third. Kurt Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, and Matt Kenseth. 5 drivers, all with wins in the 2016 season, all headed for the chase. But right now looking for momentum as they get ready for Chicagoland.
This is the restart. Look on the outside. 3 and 4 wide. You see the 42 of Larson way on the outside. Has to lift. Keep him getting put in the wall.
And now the 78 makes easy work of Kurt Busch taking the lead back. As strong as we have seen Martin Truex Jr. be today, he was surprised by the win at Darlington, saying that was the kind of win we've been looking for. We weren't the dominant car at Darlington, but we were able to come back and get the win. Now they're showing their dominance once again.
I was curious to see what happened. You know, we really hadn't seen anybody pass the 78 all night long. Kurt Busch went up there and took the lead away from him, but it didn't take long for Truex to show how strong he is, and everybody's just going to continue to work on their cars. Can they, when they have the dominant car, can they finish it off? Can they find a way not to make those mistakes, have those things go wrong? That's what has plagued the 78 of Truex Jr. all year long. Some of it not in their control, but some of it was.
Guys, Kyle Busch now up into the second position. He has been so fast. And earlier on some green flag stops, Adam Stevens made huge adjustments on that car. The car was extremely tight. They took a packer out of the right front, added a spring rubber to the right rear, an air pressure and a wedge adjustment, trying to get that car to loosen up in the center of the corner, and it worked. Behind there you see his teammates Denny Hamlin and Matt Kenseth battling, but Kyle Busch fell back to 12th. He's now driven his way up to second, clearly strong in that 18 car.
Yeah, Marty, I mean, sometimes you just have to admit you don't have car enough to win the race. And really for Kyle Busch, or as we see on board with Denny Hamlin, Matt Kenseth, Kurt Busch, all these cars have wins. They know at the end of the night they'll be in the chase, racing for a championship starting next week at Chicago. So all they're here to race for are those 3 bonus points in round 1. So make big changes, be aggressive, try to change your car enough to see if you could keep up with the 78.
And what a fun, exciting night when you know you're in the chase and you're coming here just to race. This is the most fun race you'll do all year long. You know the pressure's coming. You know the intensity's coming. This is all about winning and taking gambles, taking chances, and just laying it out there tonight. It all starts next week for these guys. Tonight is about just winning this race and having fun competing against each other.
Interesting watching the 41 of Kurt Busch continue to fall back after taking the lead away from Martin Truex Jr. on the restart. It seems as though short run is what the 48 was set up for, because they were good initially, but now have continued to lose spots to Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin. And coming up next is going to be Carl Edwards, all over the back bumper of that 41.
Yeah, it just shows you how things change. You know, we saw early in the race when he was making that charge up to the front, he was good on long runs. He really came, and now he's going the other way on long runs.
Carl Edwards won the race in the spring here at Richmond, looking for the sweep. Martin Truex Jr. leading the Toyota brigade, as there are 4 Toyotas running in the top 4. Kurt Busch separating the 5th Toyota, which is Carl Edwards, running in the 6th spot. And now Carl Edwards makes the pass, and it's 5 Toyotas in the top 5 spots. Let's go through the field. We'll start with Kelly Stavist.
And Martin Truex Jr., who has been dominant in this race, but he said this track's been up and down for me. I haven't quite tackled it, certainly since I've tackled it tonight. As crew chief Cole Kern telling me this place has been a struggle for them, but this time they used their teammates at Joe Gibbs Racing, their Alliance team partners, to help get information, knowing that guys like Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch have been so strong here. They said that it was made a big difference, has been a big help, and boy is it showing tonight as he leads the field. Mike.
Kelly, we talked about all those changes Kyle Busch made. Clearly the car a ton better. He said it's gotten much more grip everywhere on this run so far. You know, he won the Xfinity Series race last night. That makes 10 Richmond wins for him. He said that's kind of funny because when I first came here, I knocked about every wall down. I couldn't get around this place. Behind him, his teammate Matt Kenseth. He said the adjustment that Jason Ratcliffe made on the lap 203 stops made the car worse. So they took those out on the last stop. Much better so far on this run for Kenseth in the third position, Dave.
Pole sitter Denny Hamlin is back to fourth now. Remember, that car was tight all night. Then they got it very, very loose. So they went back under an adjustment to try to give Denny the handle he needs. 2 wins here for Hamlin and a lot of comfort here at this racetrack. His teammate Carl Edwards in the 19 into the top 5. Restarted 8th on that green flag and moved up 3 positions already. Why? Perhaps now because he can turn the car. Air pressure out of the right front and a chassis adjustment helps him do that, Mike.
Dave, Kurt Busch's season started off extremely consistent, finishing on the lead lap, completing all the laps in the first 22 races. But the last 3 races, not quite the same. 2 DNFs in the last 3 runs, and with that, the morale has dropped a little bit on the 41 team. Tony Gibson, the crew chief, told me this morning, he said, hey, look, we need to get back to championship form. This is the type of run they're looking for. Caution out, guys.
Caution comes out. Ryan Newman in the free pass position. So the 23, David Reagan had an issue. You see the right front tire down on that car and the right front fender about gone now. So once again, a tire issue, potentially going back to the brake heat that we have seen so many times at this racetrack.
Rick, we're getting to that point in the race with 155 to go. It's been easy under every yellow to say, as we see right here, the right front tires you mentioned flat in the 23. It's been real easy for the crew chiefs to call their cars on the pit road. Well, most of these leaders, by my calculations, have about 4 sets of tires left. 155 laps to go. I still think you have to pit, but it's going to be very difficult. You'll be down to 3 sets. If we have a bunch of 20-lap runs, at some point, these crew chiefs are going to have to leave their car on the racetrack. It could change the complexion of the entire race.
And Casey Kane, a guy we talked about could win this race, hasn't shown the speed, but he took the pass around. That last time, Kane, Busch, or Smith all took the pass around, got in the lead lap with his caution.
Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr. told his team, we're going to have to dig deep tonight, guys. He also said that he was a little bit free on that last restart. That was the first bit of real feedback that he's given. You see, it's going to be 4 tires and fuel for Martin Truex Jr. Marty?
Kelly, Matt Kenseth said the car way better just in that initial run. He said, you made the right adjustments. I could go a little bit more, still a little bit loose off for Matt Kenseth. The teammate Kyle Busch already going to the left side of that race car. He said the grip is better, but then initial part of the run, we struggled just a little bit. An air pressure adjustment for him, Dave.
4th place Hamlin, his car won't turn the way he likes it, so another chassis adjustment, 4 tires, and a great pit stop by the 11 crew.
And as good of a pit stop by the 11 team. Equally bad, if not worse, for Martin Truex Jr. in the 78. They dropped 4 positions. Pit road has been the nemesis of many teams this evening, as now Kevin Harvick has been caught for speeding on pit road under this most recent caution. Uncontrolled tire for the 20 and the 43. So Matt Kenseth and Eric Almirola having pit road penalties once again. More speeding penalties tonight than easily the average. Is the addition of the different zones, is that causing this?
Well, without a doubt. Look at this is the standard Richmond pit road timing lines, and then move forward to this race right here. Look at all the zones added by NASCAR. This is something NASCAR is going to do at all the tracks moving forward to try to reduce some of the advantages of some of these pit boxes. So drivers are going to have to adjust, Jeff. We've seen more penalties at many tracks because of this.
You've been trained for the last several years to push hard on pit road under a different system. Now everybody's got to back it up a little bit. Those shorter segments make it much, much easier to get caught speeding on pit road.
Denny Hamlin has chosen the inside line, and Carl Edwards on the outside for the restart as they enter the restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Carl Edwards a little bit high on his entry and exit into turn 1 and 2.
This will be a big test for the 78. He started on the front row most of the night. He's back in traffic a little bit. We're going to see how good that 78 is. And to touch on that 4 of Kevin Harvick, so much has been made this week about 4 pit stops in the 4. Well, that time the pit crew does its job. The driver gets caught speeding. It's a team sport. You have to give and take. Bad pit stops are very difficult, but speeding can put you just as far behind.
Extra timing lines have been added, and they definitely are making a difference. The average on the right side of the screen, and then the pit road speeding penalties in 2016. Richmond already 5 speeding penalties, average just under 2 per race normally.
The smoke right here at the 27 of Paul Menard as he goes down into the corner. I'm not sure if he has a left rear tire rub. It looks like there's some damage on that side of the car. You see just a whisper of smoke right there in the left rear. We've seen a couple cars have flat left side tires today.
We saw last week at Darlington, he had the flat left rear tire and got in the wreck coming off turn 2.
A lot of contact being made. Is that a little bit of smoke still coming out from behind the 27, especially on the restarts where there's so much congestion. Everyone trying to find the spots going into turn 1. Side by side, Brad Keselowski caught for speeding on pit road, going by Greg Biffle. Race lead.
We saw this last run, the 41 of Kurt Busch. A lot of speed on brand new tires. We'll see if perhaps they made some adjustments, Tony Gibson and the pit crew, to get this 41 to be a little bit better longer into the run.
Looking at the inside of the 11. Not going to be able to get to that back bumper. So they go through the center of the turn and rocket down the back stretch. Hamlin trying to hold off Kurt Busch. Denny Hamlin's been out front for 70 laps. Martin Truex Jr. 175, but again, a bad pit stop for the 78 team has relegated Martin Truex Jr. back to 5th.
And look how much lower the 41 enters the corner. The 11 car able to stay out, kind of arc the entry of the corner, get to the bottom line just a little bit later than the 41. 41 gets there early, he gets to the bottom. That makes it difficult to get your car to turn in the middle of the corner, allows the 11 car to scoot away. The 41 of Kurt Busch is probably having to turn a little bit early to get it to the bottom so it will turn. His car may not turn as well as the 11, and if you try to make that arc with the car not turning, then you never get to the bottom. You have to slow way down to get the car to the bottom. So you can see him intentionally getting to that yellow line very early in the corner.
And Kelly, what actually happened with the 78 team? Did we see him get by the 18?
Yeah, Rick, the team's saying that there was an issue with the gun on the left rear, so that held them up just a little bit. It wasn't tragic. I think we had it clocked at 13.5 seconds, but it was just enough to lose a few spots getting off pit road.
There was a day that a 13.5 second pit stop would gain spots on pit road. I think that's what people need to understand. These pit stops, the threshold, the time continues to get faster. It used to, 20 years ago, 16 seconds. A few years ago, 13 seconds. Now, if you're not down in the 11-second bracket, you are losing spots.
And we just talked about it before that stop. Now they have the dominant car in the race. Can they finish it off? It's been their weak point. Again, it hasn't always been their fault. He's gotten some wrecks that he had absolutely nothing to do with. but there have been many times they put themselves in situations with the fastest car they weren't able to execute and get the wins.
A lot of Toyotas running up front, and we just listened into the 41, a Chevrolet, and here's what they had to say on the radio. Busch talking about handling compared to the guys he's racing with up here in the top 5.
Yeah, you're sitting there and feel like you're running pretty good, and you see the car is he's able to be way more aggressive than you are, and it's very frustrating. Especially thinking about Kurt Busch, how competitive he is. It's been a while since he's won, and when they're matching the throttle, all these Toyotas matching the throttle, making rear grip, and he's just driving away from Kurt. It's very frustrating.
Look at the Toyota driver update. First, third, fourth, and fifth.
But the short tracks have been where Gibbs has been so good. I mean, they
21 wins since 2009.
Yeah. I mean, this is their playground. I mean, you're playing on their playground, and you're going to have to knock them off if you're going to win, because they're just good on the short track.
And we talk a lot about these Toyotas and Kurt Busch, that Chevrolet out there battling in second, but Jeff Gordon back in sixth. He's trying to get up there and go with them. This is I think the best we've seen Jeff Gordon run on this 88 car. He's come back. He's talked about how difficult it was at some of these tracks. This being a little bit smaller track, or maybe a little bit more just driver feel. And he's doing a great job currently running the 6th position, trying to get up and battle with this 78 of Martin Truex as he works on the 19 of Carl Edwards.
And remember, Jeff Gordon is scheduled to run Martinsville coming up. I believe he did pretty well the last time he was at Martinsville.
He did.
And Jeff Gordon's success at Martinsville made my career, so I'd like to thank him for that.
Jeff Gordon was able to win as into the wall. Turn 1 and 2, Paul Menard.
Dive bomb you into one there. Fired up if you can.
I would have thought, when I first saw that, I thought, well, we saw that left rear tire smoking, but you heard the spotter say he dive bombed you getting into one. That means that most likely there was contact with another car.
And what this does, we just brought this up. Now most of these teams are down to 3 sets of tires, Rick. There's still 135 to go. This decision to come to pit road is going to become more difficult. So we see right here Paul Menard entering the corner, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse underneath him. Basically, Paul Menard just comes down. It's kind of a late replay. You'd have to see it earlier on the straightaway, but it looked to me like the 17 was inside the 27.
Back in, stay low, lazy.
It's very similar to what we saw with Jeff Gordon and Tony Stewart earlier in the race.
So I was mentioning about those tires, Rick.
Yeah.
Those decisions are going to get hard. We'll have to listen in on some of these crew chiefs to see, can they continue, because this is a major decision. The point where people have to understand is 20 laps on your tires. If you guess wrong, if you say I'm going to stay out and no one else does, you're sunk. You're going to the back. So it's going to be interesting to see how the leaders, there's about, 22 cars, 23 cars in the lead lap, so it's going to be a tough decision.
Going to add the 24 to lead lap cars. Just scored 1 lap down. Tomorrow, Sunday Night Football is live from Glendale, Arizona, where the Patriots will visit the Cardinals. Coverage begins with Football Night in America at 7 p.m. Eastern, only on NBC.
So, Steve, does a potential tire shortage help some people that need wins? Trevor Bain, Greg Biffle, Casey Kane, Stenhouse Jr. Could something strange happen with a tire shortage and help one of those guys get a win?
We're about to find out whose pit crew is working the best this evening as they're coming towards you, Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr. didn't like the timing of that caution, thought he was about to get around the 19. They were going to put sticker tires on, but made the trade out, going with scuffs this time around. Mike?
Kelly, the 41 team, another with only 2 sets of tires, so they debated not coming down, but felt like they'd get eaten alive if they didn't. 4 tires and fuel. Hey.
Carl Edwards spends one of 4 sets remaining. Denny Hamlin spends one of 3 sets remaining. Hamlin, the leader, just wanted to be a little less loose at the beginning of the run as Kyle Larson goes by.
How about the 88 team, by the way? Jeff Gordon's going to restart up the top 5 with that 88 team. Kyle Larson, 8 spots, 2 tires. Welcome back. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series Racing from Richmond. Telecast presented by Smithfield Foods. Under the 7th caution of the evening. NASCAR live from Chicago next week. First race of the chase for the Sprint Cup Series. Xfinity Series, though. There's going to be their last race before the chase. That's on NBC at 3 p.m. Eastern, and Sprint Cup Series on NBCSN at 2 p.m. Eastern. Round of 16. Chicagoland, New Hampshire, Dover. After Dover, 4 drivers will be eliminated. Every 3 races, 4 drivers eliminated. Wave around cars making their way by. Oh, hang on to that gas can. Oof. Definitely hanging on to the gas can. You can't have equipment leave the pit stall, and he was committed that gas can wasn't going to leave the pit stall.
Yes, he was.
Then he sprayed poor gas on his buddy there, trying to help him pick up the can.
Kyle Larson goes with 2 left side tires and is able to win the race off pit road. Kyle Larson has chosen the inside line for the restart. Denny Hamlin will restart on the outside. Speeding penalty for the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. Has dropped him back even further. Great restart. Denny Hamlin on the outside. Kyle Larson on the inside, though, as well. A great restart, and here comes Kurt Busch in the 41.
Yeah, those 2 left side tires. It's going to be a hard battle for the 42 of Kyle Larson. You see Denny Hamlin already easily drives to his outside. The 41 tries to bail out from him behind him. He doesn't want to follow the 42 into the corners. The 42 chases it up the racetrack.
A little bit of wiggle there for Kyle Larson, and Denny Hamlin back out front in Virginia.
That's what if Larson and his team are thinking. They'll do left sides now and then put right sides on later to try to save a set of tires. Is that a strategy they could be using as we're talking about potential tire shortages with only 273 laps in this race? They could be playing that strategy.
128 laps to go, just over a fuel run, so we will more than likely see everyone back on pit road once again. Don't normally see fuel strategy coming into play at Richmond.
Well, no, but it is an option, and right now all of these teams are jockeying for position. Remember, this race is unique. There's very little to lose for a lot of these players near the front. All of these teams have wins. They're in the chase. We have teams back in the field that must have a win. Trevor Baynes running 11th, Greg Biffle 14th, Casey Kane 16th. Can they stay out? Can they save a set of tires? Kyle Larson, as you mentioned, Jeff, a very unique strategy to try to maybe save a set of tires by only changing 2 on this pit stop. The last 125 laps of this race is going to become confusing because there's the season on the lines for some and nothing but bonus points on the line for others.
And as quickly as you said that, as far as guys that maybe would gamble to try to get a win, if somebody does get a win that hasn't won yet and gets into the chase, that then pushes the line down, and Chase Elliott right now is in 16th. He would miss the chase because of where he's running right now on the track, which is 25th.
Yeah, Jamie McMurray and the 24 of Chase Elliott are battling for that 16th position, and why that doesn't seem like a cut line, that's assuming we don't have a new winner. So if a team does win and qualify, look how tight this battle is between Chase Elliott and Jamie McMurray. They both look okay, but as you mentioned, Rick, that line can move.
You have to wonder if we get a caution and then another caution, another caution. At some point, if you are a team that needs a win, you're going to have to not pit. You're going to have to do something that's different than everybody else to try to take advantage of that tire shortage. But there is so much on the line. There's a lot of laps left. This race is winding down, but it's still a lot of racing left.
And how about Brad Keselowski? We've talked a lot about speeding penalty on pit road. Well, he received one at lap 223.
Around goes the 13. Casey Mears catches it, and the caution's going to come out.
And I'm so glad I'm sitting up here because the stress level for these pit crews, these drivers, and these crew chiefs, it's only going up.
Running out of tires.
Absolutely. And
possibility of sticker tires
people
on
ask,
pit road.
Why? Why do we run out of tires? Why can we not just have an unlimited set? It's very clear. Goodyear works with NASCAR. NASCAR works with the team. They have a history of how many tires they use. As we see the 13 here getting into the back of the 93, goes down into the corner. and I think he's going to get a little help.
Yes, I do too. I think 93 was upset.
Yep.
Just turn him around, getting into the corner.
Not the first time we've seen that. It's easy to predict the help. You've seen enough upset drivers. But as we mentioned, all these teams work together, and the list of how many tires they're going to have is as we ride on more of a Casey Mears, you see.
And look at where Martin Truex Jr. is right now in relation to what's taking place. Because of the pit road speeding penalty, he's right near that chaos that ensued.
And it's decision time. We talked about Kyle Larson on 2 tires. He comes to pit road. Jimmy Johnson also. The field is going to split. This is what happens at Richmond. Half the cars stay out, half the cars put tires on. Dave?
Here comes the 42 of Kyle Larson. Remember, he had fewer sets because of the green flag extra pit stop he had to do for a loose wheel earlier. Took left sides the last time they came down pit road. Most likely they'll match that set with the right sides here as Kyle gives up 5th place, Mike.
Austin Dillon has the luxury of 3 sets of stickers on pit road. They're going to take advantage of it. They come down pit road, change Goodyears, take fuel, and they're away.
They don't know it.
Race off pit road. Things getting interesting at Richmond once again as we go NASCAR nonstop. Take a look at the lead changes presented by Sprint 18 between 8 drivers. So 18 lead changes, 8 different drivers have been out front. Sprint's network reliability now within 1% of Verizon. Switch today. Save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Visit a Sprint store or sprint.com/network today.
So, Rick, we have 13 cars that stayed on the racetrack, but back in 14th, Kyle Larson, Jimmy Johnson, they have fresh tires. We'll have to see on this restart how quickly they can move up through the field.
Denny Hamlin, Kurt Busch making up row 1. Wide once again.
Way at the racetrack.
Kyle Larson is just looking for fresh pavement. He was in the 3rd lane through 1 and 2. He's going to go to the 3rd lane again in 3 and 4 outside the 22, 3 wide.
Race for the lead. Still heating up. Denny Hamlin. Kurt Busch looking for a way around. 3 wide once again. Here comes Kevin Harvick looking to the inside. Harvick got caught speeding earlier, trying to make his way back up to the front.
And look at Larson with new tires. It's so much fun when you have new tires. You can just attack. Everybody else has nowhere near the speed. Kyle Larson trying to get it done in a short period of time.
And this is why we keep talking about how many sets of tires these teams have left. This is only 9-lap fresher tires. 9 laps. If you get to the end of this race and you have to restart on 20 or 25-lap tires, you're done, Rick. You will never be able to hold off new tires no matter how hard the driver tries.
Biggest movers, Kyle Larson, already 8 spots, and he's done it at different points of the racetrack. He went up high early, now he's down low.
He'll go wherever those old tires are not. He just needs a clear lane. The 22 of Joey Logano, he's on old tires, but moving inside the 88 of Jeff Gordon.
Larson now looking at the inside of Kyle Busch. That's for 5th. Kyle Larson getting the good out of the good years early.
This is showing the crew chiefs how important those tires are, Rick. So now, if I'm a crew chief, you have to decide, are we going to get a long run? I would bank against it. I would save a set of tires on this next caution if we have a short one. I need to have tires in my pits with 25 to go. Short track racing, it seems like tempers heat up. We know how much is on the line. Even though we don't always see a lot of cautions at the end here at Richmond, I think you cannot risk not having tires in the last 40 or 50 laps.
And you know, you think about Kyle Larson, you see the 2 car making a move on the 19. I thought the 2 jumped on the outside of the 19. See if he can make it work. You know, you go back and talk about Larson. I mean, does he really want to charge that hard? I mean, just think for 1 second. I know you think you want to go get the lead, but is that really the time? Take advantage of your old tires on a longer run, because they're not going anywhere. You have new tires. There's no big rush. Just kind of take your time. If the caution comes out early, you're kind of in trouble anyway. And we're getting ready to have a caution. I see trouble in turn 2.
Yep, up into the wall goes the 46 of Michael Annett, and caution will come out again. So, Steve, this again plays into your theory of, do you have enough tires? Do you have enough sticker tires to take advantage of them at the end of the race?
Well, the answer is no. No one has enough tires, and that is great because the decisions have to be made. The crew chiefs have to decide. And right now, Denny Hamlin, he still has track position, but the problem is other cars are going to start pitting behind him. It's going to be even more difficult for him to staying out. He knows how quickly Kyle Larson is coming, as we see what happened to Michael Annett here entering turn 1. Looks like a flat left front tire straight. That's a hard shot.
And that was my point about Larson. Like, did you really want to use those tires up? Because he's not going to pit this time. He's going to stay out on the racetrack as everybody else comes down pit road.
He'll take the lead over as they come to you, Kelly.
And Brad Keselowski, who worked his way into the top 3, has been dealing with a car that's a bit tight through the center throughout this race. They made the call for 4 tires and fuel for Brad Keselowski. Mike?
Kurt Busch's crew chief, Tony Gibson, electing to keep their final set of stickers behind the wall. They're going to put a set of 4-lap scuffs on the car instead and fuel away.
Carl Edwards, who has more, will use stickers. Denny Hamlin, who has less, will put scuffs on the 11 car.
Denny Hamlin once again taking advantage of pit stall number 1. Wins the race off pit road. Kurt Busch just behind him. Top 7 all stayed out on the racetrack. They pitted on lap 280. 14 laps to go. Kyle Larson on the inside. Casey Kane on the outside. Green flag back in the air.
Big block by the 42 of Kyle Larson, and to the outside comes the 5 of Casey Kane. This is what the 5 has to do, a must-win situation. His season and championship hopes are on the line.
And we saw how hard the 42 pushed early in that run. These other guys didn't push that hard on those stickers. Let's see if that cost him. Now that these guys have, even though they're the same laps, they weren't abused as hard.
We saw earlier the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. so strong when he was out front, but after a pit road speeding penalty, he's had to use pit strategy to get up back into the top 3. Marty.
Hey guys, that's exactly what Keith Rodden told Casey Kane early in that run. The point you were making, Jeff Burton, take it easy on these tires because I don't know how long we're going to have to run them. All of these teams down here are now starting to glue up other sets of tires that have come off earlier in the race. For Casey Kane, they have 1 set of stickers left, and they have 3 sets of scuffs. One with 3 laps on them, one with 4 laps on them, and one with 7 laps on them. There you see Casey Kane's team gluing up tires that have come off that have 7 laps on them. So if they need to use those tonight, they will, but they would rather not have to if they don't have to. Steve, it's a very interesting situation. You're a former tire guy, former crew chief. Tough night, isn't it?
Well, it's a tough night, and this strategy starts all the way back into practice. These teams that only ran maybe a set of tires for 1 qualifying run, they could take that set of scuffs into the race and have an extra set of tires basically for the race. And it's been all night long. How have you used your tires with this many cautions? We've seen 9 already tonight and 100 laps to go. We perhaps could have 2 or 3 more, and no team down there has enough sticker tires alone to cover that many yellows.
Again, Martin Truex Jr. trying to get by the 5 of Casey Kane. This time he'll make that pass stick. Kyle Larson has about a half a second lead over Martin Truex Jr. But now Martin Truex Jr., after clearing the 5, will set his sights on Kyle Larson. Jamie McMurray back to the 16th spot. Chase Bubble, you see on the left side of the screen, 20 points in front.
With this split pit stop strategy, that's got him all the way down in 18th. We've seen Jamie McMurray running in the top 6-7 pretty much all night long, but this split strategy has got him where he does not want to be. He wants clean track. He does not want to be in the middle of all this mess.
And coming in, it was a 22-point difference between Ryan Newman and Jamie McMurray. McMurray had the 22-point advantage. Now it's just 20 points. As the 11 of Denny Hamlin is going to get by the 5 of Casey Kane.
He's the car that's made his move since those restart. The 11 car has picked up 4 spots. Remember, he has new tires. He pitted on lap 292. Everybody else in front of him pitted on lap 280.
Battle for the lead. Martin Truex Jr. working the inside now on Kyle Larson. And Truex back out front. Martin Truex Jr. has overcome quite a few things in just this race. A bad pit stop dropped him back to 5th, then speeding on pit road had him to the back of the field. Now using some pit strategy to get back up toward the front, and now has taken over the lead. Take a look at this. Close call for the 34 of Chris Buescher.
Yeah, he's 3 wide and doesn't realize it comes down on Michael McDowell. He just didn't realize they were 3 wide. The 95 car had the spot, and Chris Buescher just came down. Chris has been in a lot of close situations tonight. A little more stressful than perhaps he needs to be, in my opinion.
Race for 30th. On the left side of your screen, 14 points ahead of David Reagan. Atlantic Castle tied 14 points. But again, inside the top 30 with a win, Chris Buescher will advance to the chase.
And I talked about it with Kyle Larson a little while ago. I know that Denny Hamlin wants to go up there and take the lead with fresher tires compared to Truex, but that's really not what he needs to be concerned about right now. What he needs to be concerned about is just saving those tires Tires will work for you on a long run. Let them work for you. Just save them a little bit. Let this run get some laps down.
But how do you know? How do you know this isn't the final run? There's 93 laps to go. They have enough fuel. This could be the run all the way to the checkered.
You have enough time.
How close do you stay to Martin Truex Jr.? A couple seconds? Is there a gap?
With 93 laps, you have enough time with fresher tires to make that ground up. I just think that the worst part of the tires is the early part of the run. You can really abuse them, and he just doesn't need to do that right now. He needs to assume a caution is going to come out. He's in plenty. He's less than a second behind. He's plenty close. He doesn't have to push.
Here comes Chris Buescher. Again, there was a little bit of contact there. Maybe this is preventative to make sure that they don't cut a tire down and go behind the wall. Kelly.
And Chris Buescher has said all along that they weren't going to be completely in defense mode. They didn't want to just go out here and run laps. They still wanted to come out here and do their best. They needed to stay on the lead lap. You see them make that pit stop there, giving them 4 tires.
I love this call, though. If Bob Osborne did feel any damage or a tire rub, the penalty to come pit under green, they can afford it. David Reagan is 32nd, a lap down to the field. Let the 34 is managing that points gap. They cannot afford to have a flat tire and have heavy contact on the wall. Smart thinking by Bob Osborne, a veteran crew chief. Manage the situation you're dealt.
That's right. Situational awareness. Pay attention to what's going around you. Race the guys you need to race. Gave up nothing. It was a very, very smart call.
Again, they were involved in a little bit of contact. Never know if you cut a tire down in that situation. Look at the points now. Only 9 points in front of David Reagan. Now in the 30th points position.
One thing this caution has done, all these cautions have done, is put a lot of people back on the lead lap. We're up to 29 cars on the lead lap now, so if you do have a problem late in this race, and we continue to have these cautions, you will lose a lot of spots by only being 1 lap down.
Kelly.
And we saw that 34 just come to pit road. The team just confirmed that they did indeed have a right side tire going down, so it was a good call to bring Chris Buescher down before it created a bigger issue.
Yeah, that's the last thing they could have happen. Get into the wall and not be able to finish this race. Amazingly enough, 39 of the 40 cars still running. Paul Menard in the 27, the only one that's officially out. As Martin Truex Jr. continues to go around the slower cars on the track, putting cars a lap down. Currently 29 cars on the lead lap. Denny Hamlin, Matt Kenseth, Kyle Larson, Kurt Busch all in the top 5. All of them chasing after Martin Truex Jr. trying to go back-to-back with wins in the 2016 season. And you just saw the caution lights coming on, and it's Carl Edwards having issues with the 19. Doesn't look like he will sweep the 2016 Richmond races after winning earlier in the spring. An issue now for Carl Edwards and this team.
I think the right front's going down.
Around the 19 to get it straightened back out. Kelly.
Martin Truex Jr. has been able to use pit strategy to recover from both a slow stop and a speeding penalty. It looks like they're going to put 4 sticker tires on the 78, which will leave him with 1 set left, Mike.
Kurt Busch had scuffs on the last run. It left him pretty loose off. They're going to put scuffs on yet again. These are the ones they used in qualifying, and they're going to get him out of there in 11.8 seconds, Marty.
Matt Kenseth ran all the way up to second. He said, once I got the clean air, the car actually got tight. They put their set of scuffs on as well, Dave.
Denny Hamlin ran forward on scuffs. This time he'll get stickers, and he will be the first car off of pit road.
And now we're hearing scuff stickers, scuff stickers. That's what everyone's trying to figure out, who has the best tires coming off of pit road. Tonight's aerial coverage provided by our partners at Smithfield Foods. Beautiful view of Richmond International Raceway. Following the race, stay tuned for the NASCAR America post-race show presented by Advance Auto Parts. And be sure to catch Victory Lap. That's at 11:30 p.m. on NBCSN. Welcome back to Federated Auto Parts 400. Speeding on pit road, the 31 of Ryan Newman, the 24 of Chase Elliott, and an uncontrolled tire for the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. All pit road penalties.
75 to go. Maybe the way things sit now, Ryan Newman, the only way he's going to transfer in is to win this race. Penalty that late, although he hasn't run well enough, penalty that late makes it that much more difficult.
10 cautions already, 2x2 once again as we get ready for the restart. Out in front, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. making up row 1. We're going to listen in to the spotter chatter for the 5 team of Casey Kane.
Still outside, no pressure from behind. Just 2 wide. Still there, 18 only. Clear behind if you need it. Clear, clear.
That was spotter coverage presented by Liberty Mutual Insurance. And caution once again. The 47 this time. A.J. Allmendinger with a left front tire down. 73 laps to go, and tires definitely a hot commodity.
Pit road this time. Pit road this time.
Pit road's going to be closed, but that doesn't matter for the 47 team. They're going to come down to get fresh tires.
The only thing that had a problem on the straight and left front tires. It's locked up. Tires flat. Just never would turn with the left front locked up and flat. It's just not going to turn. It's on the splitter. It'll never turn. You heard the crew chief. You heard the spotter rather on the 5 car. Kevin Hamlin, very calm. Very, very calm. No worry. No panic. A lot of that had to do. Jeff Gordon restarted behind him. Jeff Gordon didn't get a really good restart. There really was no pressure from behind, so that allowed Kevin to really just pay attention to what was on the outside of Casey and what was in front of him. Really didn't have to worry about what was going on behind.
23 of David Reagan gets the free pass, and that means David Reagan, Chris Buescher will be on the lead lap together. Welcome back. NASCAR Sprint Cup Series racing from Richmond. Telecast presented by Smithfield Foods. Things getting very interesting, not only on the racetrack, but on pit road as well. Strategy coming into play.
Really, basically, Rick, this tire situation or tire shortage, the strategy of saving tires, in my mind, plays right into these cars that are in must-win situation. I look at the 6 of Trevor Bain in the 12th position. Hasn't really had a winning car. Good car, running inside the top 15. But, Jeff, if we get a couple timely cautions here and the leaders come in and put their stickers on, if I'm Matt Pusha on this 6 car, I hold out. I don't put my sticker tires on, and if we don't get a lucky caution at the end, we're going to run 20th, but perhaps you get a caution with 15 or 18 to go. You get your last set of tires. It could be the call of the year to get someone like the 6 into the chase.
Or if the leaders in front of you don't pit on the next caution, you pit. Do whatever they don't do.
What do you have to lose? The 5, the 6, there's so many. Very interesting here, though, Rick. The 11 took the outside.
Chosen the outside line, and we'll see if that works as Martin Truex Jr. on the inside this time. Green flag back in the air. 68 laps to go, 4 wide going into turn number 1.
Keselowski way up the racetrack, guys to the side of Kenseth. Kyle Busch making an aggressive move 3 wide.
Hamlin still trying to clear the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. Finally does it. They go across the front stretch. 3 wide now for position. Kyle Busch on the inside, Kyle Larson in the middle, and on the outside, Matt Kenseth.
See right here the 20 of Matt Kenseth battling with his teammate, the 18 of Kyle Busch. Kurt Busch underneath the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
Kurt Busch, who's been out front already, only 3 laps, but was out front 2 times in this race. Now battling with the 42 of Kyle Larson for position. Larson's been out front for 15 laps. Martin Truex Jr. led 193 laps. Now out front, Denny Hamlin has led 117 and counting. 11 times the pace has been slowed down as the 20 of Matt Kenseth gets into the wall.
Hold on, coming in front, whole field coming in front.
Steve, I've got to ask, is this
hard, you okay?
Because of using scuffed tires or older tires?
This is a 3 or 4 groove racetrack and 3 and 4 wide racing where cars are running into each other. Look at both sides of this 20. There's dents and damage everywhere.
Hard into the wall for Matt Kenseth.
This whole problem started. We saw contact in 3 and 1 and 2 on that restart with a 2-car way off the racetrack, but it started way before that. On the restart, watch Brad Keselowski. See Matt Kenseth on the outside. Look at Brad. He misses shift right there. The 18 car gets in the back of him. That bunched them all up. Now, as they go in the corner, boom, right there. But it all started on the front straightaway. That damage on the left front fender probably cut that left front tire. That's what caused Kenseth's wreck.
And that's, Rick, that's the point. The point is we talk about a multi-groove racetrack where you see cars, look at them, 3 wide, they're everywhere. Well, you just run out of real estate, and we've seen a lot of flat left side tires. When those right side tailpipes hit those left side tires when you make contact, I can assure you the tailpipes win.
They're doing some damage to the tires.
So this is an opportunity with 63 to go. Someone has to take a gamble. Someone has to do what the leaders don't do. This may be the last caution. It may not. If it doesn't work for you, who cares? Casey Kane, Trevor Bayne, Greg Biffle, all those guys, Ryan Newman, they gotta do what the leaders don't do right here.
Casey Kane running 8th. Trevor Bayne running 10th. Greg Biffle running 14th.
Pit road's open.
Pit road's open. Who will be the first to take on pit road? Jeff Gordon comes to pit road, bringing the 88, the 48 of Jimmy Johnson also coming to pit road. So those drivers you talked about not doing something different.
I'm shocked. Kelly?
Jimmy Johnson has had his share of problems this race. Right now he's just saying he's been using the track part. He is very loose off, especially down on the low line. Remember, he has had a speeding penalty as in an uncontrolled tire penalty.
Meanwhile, Kelly, Jeff Gordon was on pit road as well, and they have used their final set of stickers. They're planning on this hopefully being the last run. They're going to try to make this work for them, but they're using up their good stuff right now.
Jeff, it's so hard to get out of your comfort zone. You race all year long the same way, trying to get the best finish, but that is not what tonight is about. When you look at the cars and you look what's on the line, the 12 cars have won a race they were guaranteed in. Chris Buescher had to be in the top 30. He is doing that so far, but we have a whole group of cars that are in the top 30 in points that if they won a race, they would make the NASCAR playoffs in Chicago. But yet they stick with the pack. They don't get outside the norm, and you and I both agree. I'm disappointed with the 5 of Casey Kane, the 6 of Trevor Bayne, Greg Biffle in the 16. I really feel that was their opportunity to get off sequence.
Now listen, it is difficult. It is a big, it's a gamble that probably won't pay off because there's so many cars in the lead lap. Jeff Gordon's gonna come out like in 28th with those new tires, but you got to do something. I mean, it's the season is on the line.
And somebody gambling. Maybe a Casey Kane gambling for another pit stop that might happen later, potentially getting a little bit of a benefit.
So here's the thing. If the caution comes out in 20 laps, Jeff Gordon's not going to pit. And if it goes green from then, Jeff Gordon's probably not going to win the race because they're going to have better tires for longer. But what if you get 5 cautions? What if you have restart and a caution, restart and a caution, restart? You never know what's going to happen. Give yourself a chance to make some magic happen in the last race before the chase starts.
And you see the chase standings. The reason why we're being so adamant, because Casey Kane, Trevor Bayne, A.J. Allmendinger not had the evening he's looking for, but those 2 cars in 18th and 19th, they're not going to make it on points. Fact, they will not make it through on points. The only way those 2 cars advance are with a win. Ryan Newman, I would put the 31 in the same book. We are being very vocal, but with the night that the one of Jamie McMurray is having, running in the 13th position, I really think Luke Lambert in this 31 needed to look for opportunities to get off sequence as well. Remember, they had that speeding penalty, lost their track position. It's going to be very hard to recover from that in such a short period of time.
The last restart, we documented the 18 and their troubles listening to the radio.
Dude's definitely got left right rear quarter damage. Come down and apologize, misshift. Trying to get a good look at the left front there. Every week that has some way of up my car.
Again, we'll show you what took place on the restart.
Well, again, you see Kyle Busch. Everybody leaves clean. Everything's good. And Keselowski just missed a shift right there. There's nothing Kyle Busch can do. You know, it's just they stop right in front of you. There's nothing you can do. But now it puts you in a bad situation. Very frustrating. You do nothing wrong and you have contact.
Let's go down to Dave on pit road.
And I'm catching up with the 6-car crew chief. That is Matt Pusha. Matt, we were kind of wondering, why not take a chance here and get off sequence with the leaders and put your last set of stickers on?
Yeah, it's really tough with all these cautions we're getting here because our car really seems like it's pretty good here on a longer run. Shorter runs haven't been very good for us, but tires are worth so much here, so it's kind of hard to take any chances in staying out here. I don't think that will probably work out very well for us. So hopefully we get a couple good restarts here and get up front there and get a little bit of a long run here and be able to put our last set of tires on here in the next 20 laps.
Okay, thanks. Kelly?
With Cole Pern, crew chief here on the 78, it looks like you guys have one set of sticker tires left. How do you like the situation you're in?
I don't know. I mean, if it keeps going like it is, it's, you know, everyone's in the same boat, so you might have to stay for a while. I think we got 6 laps on that set right now, so we got another set of scuffs. It's maybe got 10 laps on it, so I don't know. I mean, we're just talking back and forth as far as what to do, but it really just all depends on when the caution comes. And we still got a long way to go, and I mean, if they keep coming like this, I mean, you're just gonna have to be patient and put them on at the last time. I think it's a gamble.
Thank you, Cole. Rick?
How about Denny Hamlin continuing to switch it up as far as which line he chooses? And this time he has chosen the inside line, and Mark Truex Jr. will restart on the outside. Great 1 and 2 for Denny Hamlin. He'll take the lead and hold on to it once again over the 78 of Mark Truex Jr.
You see Trevor Bayne right here on the top of the Ford battling for that position. We just heard Matt Pusha say they thought they needed a couple good restarts. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get by that many cars, but they're doing a nice job running in the 9th position. But his issue is the 5 in front of him. They're in the same situation.
5 of Casey Kane also needing a win if they want to advance and have a chance for the championship.
What a difficult spot for the drivers to be in. How hard do you push these tires? You know, like, when's the point where you just got to say, okay, we got to go, because you might have to finish the race on these tires, you might not. I mean, you just don't know what you're going to have to do. Another caution.
47 around, and A.J. Allmendinger. A lot of damage to the right rear. That's the 13th caution record for cautions at Richmond. 15 closing in on that record.
See 3 wide. Clint Boyer on the outside. Contact right there.
Right away, the 23 of David Reagan saw a lot of right front damage as he got into the left rear.
3 wide doesn't normally turn out well on these short tracks.
Maybe you see who snuck by, that 88 of Jeff Gordon. We mentioned he pitted under the last caution. We're going to see how he cycles out.
So the Cole Pern interview, he said we're going to put tires on at the last stop, I guess. When's the last stop?
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
That's what's so hard about this. You have no idea when the last caution's coming out. If you think this is the last caution, what do you do? I mean, when do you pit at this point?
Well, you saw the stress on Matt Pusha's face. He wants to do something, but he's not sure what the right answer is. Here's another option. Is somebody going to change their plan?
Matt Kenseth checked and released from the infield care center.
Greg Biffle. Greg Biffle on pit road.
I knew somebody would gamble.
And it's the 16 of Greg Biffle. Mike.
And Biffle coming down pit road right now. It's going to be interesting to see if they go to their final set of stickers. That's exactly what they'll do. They're going to bolt all 4 brand new Goodyears on this race car and hoping it gets them as close to the front as they possibly can. Remember, they're in a must-win situation if they hope to advance to the playoffs, but they've got a lot of ground to cover here in order to make that happen.
Greg Biffle, the veteran at Roush Fenway Racing. looking for a win in 2016 to make sure he could run for a championship. Denny Hamlin still out front. Hamlin and Truex, the dominant cars tonight out front, but who could spoil the party? Casey Kane, 9th. Trevor Bayne in 10th. Back into the restart zone. Green flag back in the air.
Casey Kane waiting very late to the restart zone before accelerating. He has that option as a leader, but it really stacked up the field. Denny Hamlin, leader. Excuse me.
Denny Hamlin?
I had Casey Kane in my mind, but Denny Hamlin waited all the way to that second line, stacked the field up, and I looked down and saw Casey Kane losing a spot to the 14. It's not a good restart for the 5.
Big move by the 42 of Kyle Larson. Takes second away from Martin Truex Jr. 18 all over the back bumper of the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Again, there was a little contact there earlier on a restart. Kyle Busch wanted to sweep the weekend after winning the Xfinity Series race last night. Has his work cut out for him as he's running 5th.
Harvick looking behind those guys. Harvick looking to make it 3 wide, getting into 1. Brad's giving him no room, trying to pinch the 18 down, not let the 18 have the line that he wants. The more you can pinch them down, the more it hurts their momentum, especially on corner exit.
Steve, is it a gut feeling for a crew chief?
The car in the middle of
sure enough.
4 hard into the wall, the 93.
Matt DiBenedetto into the wall. Caution comes out again. I was just going to say, is there a crystal ball for a crew chief to know when that last caution comes out, or a gut feeling to say, all right.
I got loose right, you know.
If there was a crystal ball, I'd still be down there.
Could this
that would be the magical answer.
Could this be the last caution?
I think this really helps. You know, this short run to the caution is going to help cars like Greg Biffle, Jimmy Johnson, who just came to put on tires, Clinton Boyer back at 24th. I know they're a long ways, but every one of these cautions is going to try to put the stress on the leaders. They're going to continue to pit. Maybe they'll get that track position back.
Definitely a tire going down on Matt DiBenedetto, who went straight into the wall. Hard contact there for the 93.
It's just been so much contact tonight. Car-to-car contact, side-to-side. We've seen these tires. They just cannot take the contact on the sidewall.
So once again, we will have the opportunity for teams to bring their car down to pit road, maybe put on the last set of sticker tires, or do they stay out thinking there's going to be another caution before the checkered flag?
Get ready to find out. See the green light on the left of the screen. That's pit road open.
Hamlin stays out, as does Larson.
Casey Kane.
Casey Kane has decided to come to pit road. Marty.
Keith Rodden made that call immediately, Rick. He said, we're coming when that caution came out. And he said, this is going to keep happening all night long. Everybody's running into each other. The point you were making, Jeff, and cutting the sidewalls, going to be their 4 sticker tires. That's all they have left. A little bit longer on that right rear, but they just want to get this clean stop. Kelly.
Chris Buescher also now has his last set of sticker tires on his car. They also made an air pressure adjustment and, of course, gave him some Sunoco fuel.
And so guys taking advantage of this stop to come to get 4 fresh tires.
And this benefits the cars that stopped on the previous caution because now they've gained some track position. We were only on the green for a handful of laps. So now Biffle, Johnson, those cars that pitted a caution ago will pass these cars right here. You have to gain some track position back somewhere. This is an advantage for Greg Biffle.
Matt Kenseth just came out of the infield care center after being checked and released. Had this to say about what went on between he and Brad Keselowski. He was with Marty Snyder.
Matt Kenseth out of the infield care center. What happened from your perspective, Matt?
I don't think anybody's perspective will be any different than mine. It just looks like Brad missed a shift or something, and then he just had his angle all wrong and drove in the corner 3 car lengths too far because he didn't want to lose the spot, and he cleaned me out and knocked the fender down on a tire, and then we ended up blowing a tire and wrecking.
How chaotic is it, though, Matt, with this race and the tire situation? How aware are you as a driver?
It's chaotic, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the wreck. I mean, that's all on Brad, and I'm sure he'll send a tweet out or go on a TV show and explain how it wasn't his fault, but he just he knows better than that. He knows his angle was bad, and he just drove way off in the corner because he made a mistake, and he was trying to make up for it and had no respect for anybody on the outside lane. So unfortunately, we got a wrecked car because of it, but we were starting to make our way back toward the front. It's tough not having enough tires, but I thought Jason was doing a decent job managing. We had a good car all night. We just got behind in that pit road penalty and thought we were in for a top 3 or 4.
Rick?
Thanks, Marty.
Yeah, obviously Matt very frustrated. And let's go back and watch that restart. Here's what Matt's talking about. See Brad Keselowski on the inside, Matt Kenseth on the outside. Brad accelerates, misses a shift right here. Now he's lost his momentum. See everybody gaining on him. Now Brad on the bottom of the racetrack tries to drive in the corner and not lose spots. And because he was so low on the racetrack, you heard Matt talk about his angle was wrong getting in the corner. When you're that low in the racetrack, you're going so straight, it's hard to get the car to turn as opposed to where Matt was, and Matt was not happy with the result.
Back in 2014, the battles between the 20 and the 2. Not happy. Driver of the 2. Then in Charlotte, also in 2014, the 2 got together on a restart. Matt under yellow shows his displeasure of the 2.
Matt wasn't happy. He had a run going on the outside, and Brad blocking. This is after the race. Actually, the 2 runs into the back of Tony Stewart right there, and this is in between the haulers.
Yeah, this was once they got out of the cars. Between the haulers, Kenseth goes after Keselowski. And then, obviously, bad blood between the 20 and the Penske teammates.
Yeah, in Martinsville, this is what Matt believes started that whole incident in Martinsville. He believed he was racing both the Penske cars, and they didn't give him any respect, and he's not happy.
Then you fast forward tonight, as you mentioned, Brad Keselowski is missing a shift, but then drives in straight and low, comes up the racetrack, makes contact with the 20.
So again, Kenseth out of the race. Brad Keselowski still running in the top 5. He has scored 4th. Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, 1 and 2, Truex Jr. and Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch, all in the top 5. But now we have seen drivers come to pit road to get 4 fresh tires. The most recent was Casey Kane, who was running in the 12th position, gave up that 12th spot, came to get the fresh tires, now has come back out in 24th. So lost 12 spots. Will he be able to gain those back because of the fresh tire?
Well, it's going to be hard because he didn't come a couple cautions ago. Other cars had Jimmy Johnson in 17th, Greg Biffle in 18th. They only have 3 green flag laps on their tires. All the cars in front of them have 13. So I really think Chad Knaus made a great decision to pit at that time. We're going to see if they can use those fresh tires to get back up to the field.
Guys, let's talk strategy as we're now under 43 to go, brought to you by Smithfield Food.
Well, the whole conversation is sticker tires. How many new tires do you have left, and when do you put them on? And when you do put them on, you have to have good pit stops.
Yeah, you do. You have to have really good pit stops and not have penalties during those pit stops. And then restarts. We talk about it every single race. We've seen the results of bad restarts tonight. We've seen cars miss shifts. We've seen cars get wrecked, cars banging into each other, cutting tires. You have to have a good restart once you have that pit stop, and it's time to go win that race.
Ryan Newman, currently 10th. Trevor Bayne, 11 in the running order. Newman wanting to break into the top 16 to have a chance to run for a championship. He's 17 points behind Jamie McMurray. 17 positions on the racetrack is what he would need to make up. Clean restart once again for Denny Hamlin. Mark Truex Jr. looked to the inside for just a moment. Kyle Larson making the outside line work. He holds on to second. Mark Truex Jr. back to third. Here comes Brad Keselowski running fourth, taking the high line. Kevin Harvick also rebounding. He runs the high line. Harvick up into the top 10.
Keselowski giving no room whatsoever to the 18.
And another big crash on the backstretch, Rick.
Man, and right up in front of more traffic.
Behind you in 3.
Ryan Newman's in it.
David Reagan is in it.
Well,
Fire.
And Chris Buescher was in it as well.
Chris Buescher involved. The 83 of Dylan Lupton up on top of the 31. The Fire underneath the hood of the 23. And the 14 of Tony Stewart.
So he's ripped the whole lines out of the 14.
Stop right here, Lisa. Yeah, get out of that thing, smoke.
Look at the car on top of that front fender.
Newman trying to get out. You see the safety worker trying to help Dylan Lupton out. Dylan Lupton's car on top of the 31.
Rick, we knew it was going to be a crazy night. Richmond, as the red flag is displayed, but this is maybe perhaps exceeded what we thought.
Smoke climbs out, and the crowd acknowledging Tony Stewart in his final run at Richmond International Raceway.
See Ryan Newman, he's had a good run and making the chase 2 years in a row, but odds are highly against him right now, making it 3.
Brian Scott involved in this. I had mentioned Chris Buescher. I'm not sure the 34 was involved in this. I think it was Ryan Newman.
I think the 34 was in it, but he drove away. Definitely didn't get the most damage, but you're going to see here the 31 and the 14. There's some contact right here heading into turn 1. The 31 accelerates, gets inside the 14 as they enter the backstretch.
Yeah, we've seen this several times. The cars haven't, getting into turn 1, and the 14 just kept coming down on the 31 on the back straightaway. Wasn't happy maybe with what went on in turn 1, and
big impact by the 23, and you see right there Chris Buescher kind of bounces between them. Yeah. Luckily gets through, but that was a really big impact for the 23 of David Reagan. It was great to see him climb out.
With the window net down right away.
This would be a great view of it, Jeff.
Outside 14. 19 straight back, looking inside tight, inside tight, inside tight. We got wrecked hard right here. Got wrecked hard.
14 involved.
Just as it comes down the backstretch, I know the 14, I'm not sure if he's unhappy with the 31 or if he's trying to protect the position, but he just continues to come from the high lane down to the low lane, and the 31 has nowhere to go. Ryan Newman, you heard him even play with the throttle. I'm not sure he was trying to measure how aggressive he wanted to be, but they make contact and spin at the bottom of the backstretch.
Check up, stay high, stay high, stay high, stay high. Stop, 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 stop.
The 43 was just lucky nobody was in front of him. You could hear the rear wheels hopping up and down. Had had the rear tires locked up.
Carl Edwards in the 19 coming up the racetrack.
I mean, if did the 14 possibly have a left rear tire going down? I mean, look, in watching it looked like they just got into one, and he got mad at Newman and just started coming down on him to show he was upset, and then they got hung up. And
I mean, without a doubt, the 14 and him coming from the right to the left down the straightaway is the cause of the accident. The question is why? Was he doing it to protect? Was he mad at the 31? Did he have a tire going down? We'll have to talk to the drivers involved and see what they have to say, but you know, you would expect when you exit the corner on the top lane, you have to run close to the wall down the straightaway and give that guy a lane. But at the same time, that's a defensive positioning, trying to not allow that guy to have the inside lane into turn 3.
There are the cars involved.
Saw Ryan Newman, even though he was obviously extremely upset. His chase hope's gone. He still checked on Dylan Lufton to make sure he was okay.
And big damage for the 23 of David Reagan. We talked about the battle between David Reagan and Chris Buescher for that 30th spot in points to make sure that Buescher could utilize the win that he earned at Pocono. With David Reagan now out of the race, you see Chris Buescher for this red flag condition, looking around, checking out what's taking place in the points. Plus 15 and 29th in the point standings. A little more secure now with just 37 laps to go that Chris Buescher will have a chance to run for a championship for the first time in his career. One of 4 drivers that will be in their first chase. '31 of Ryan Newman had this to say on the radio about what just took place.
Basically chopped him into one, and then when we got back to the inside of the 14, he just kept coming down on our right front, and then the 19 was at our left rear, so it was just kind of a chain reaction at that point.
You heard the spotter. That was the spotter talking about what happened, and he felt like that the 14 came down on the 31 getting into turn 1. So the 23 really into the back of the 31 hard.
So unfortunate for David Reagan, but what this in essence does is it clinches the chase spot for Chris Buescher.
See right here, it's turn 1. Ryan thinks he has a spot. The 14 of Tony Stewart does not think he has a spot. They disagree. And coming off of turn 2, they get together again, and now once they get hung up, and the 19 can't get slowed down in time, it gets into the back of the 31. Curious to see what they both have to say about what started the incident on the back straightaway, what started it. You know, once they got hooked up, they got into turn 3. So you see right here, the 31's in there pretty deep. 14 doesn't think he's clear. He comes down, they make contact. Now the 31 drives underneath him. Contact again. Right here, the 14 turns, and now the 19, because the 31 is so slow, gets into the back of the 31. But the left-hand turn of the 14, was it on purpose? Was the left rear down?
That's a question that will have to be asked. The ride along with Chris Buescher, what a ride he had.
Easy, coming back up, low, easy. We got in it, but we're still rolling, guys. Be ready.
Remember what's on the side
How bad are you?
of Chris Buescher's car. Play it safe.
He's not listening. You know, there's nothing he could do in that situation, honestly, but, you know, I just got to believe that, you know, they're in pretty good shape because everybody's having trouble, and obviously we just saw David Reagan get into that wreck, but, you know, at some point, with 38, 39 laps to go, just ride behind it, you know, just don't get in the wreck.
Talked about how important tires would be at the end of this race, and we've just tied the caution record. How about a close call for Casey Kane in the 5? Look at how 5 of Casey Kane is going to be able to get through this.
And this wreck benefits Casey Kane and all those guys that put on tires as cars they don't have to pass, you know, under green. So Casey Kane has moved up to 19th place with all that wreck.
It's a big break for the 5 of Casey Kane, but another car that I think is in a good position, probably the best position they've been all night. And Brian Patty made the call to pit this car, is the 16 of Greg Biffle. He's sitting in the 13th position. Much fresher tires than all the cars in front of them. He has 5 total laps. The cars in front of him have 14 green flag laps. I mean, he's still in 13th with 37 to go. His work is definitely, it's an uphill battle, but we talked about a gamble. It might hurt the 16. Maybe they won't finish as well. But Brian Patty has given his driver, Greg Biffle, given the team, the 16 team, a chance to pull off maybe not quite a miracle, but short of a miracle. This team has not raced for wins really all year long. If they could use those tires and win this race and make the chase, what a move it would be.
Absolutely. And again, start of the show, we talked about the drivers that were on the chase bubble. Jamie McMurray, Ryan Newman fighting for the 16th spot. Let's see if we can chat with Jamie McMurray under this red flag condition.
Hey, Jamie, it's Jeff in the NBCSN booth. You with us?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, I have a feeling that going into tonight, you were hoping for a calm, event-free race. We haven't seen that. How's all this affecting you and your team?
Well, yeah, I mean, I would like for it just to kind of run its course here. I thought our car has been really good on the long run. I'm having to be really careful on the restart so that I don't, get caught up in something and get put 3 wide. I've just been letting guys go. So, yeah, I hope that we go back green here and can run the rest of the race and get a good finish out of here.
How have you guys managed the situation with tires? We have teams with no tires, team with stickers still in the pits. How have you guys tried to manage through this?
Well, that's obviously up to Matt on the pit box, and I can tell the tone of his voice that he wishes the cautions would quit falling as well. But I don't know, it kind of makes it interesting with some guys staying out, some guys pitting. There's a huge discrepancy, from new tires to old tires. But there's so many cars on the lead lap now that I don't know. I mean, it's kind of a big chance to take those and get in the back.
Well, Jamie, thank you, bud. It's only 37 to go, so we'll be watching. Thank you.
And Ryan Newman has been checked and released from the infield care center. Let's go to Dave.
He's standing here with us now. First of all, are you okay, and why did that happen?
Well, I'm fine. I mean, I think it was pretty obvious watching the video. I don't even have to watch the 14 cut across my nose in turn 1, and I got into him after that, but he'd already chopped into me and messed up my line, and I clipped him a little bit coming off the 2, but then he just cut across my nose going down the back straightaway there, and I guess he thought he was in the sprint car again. Didn't know how to control his anger, so we'll fight, keep fighting like we always do. It's unfortunate, not the end that we wanted to with the Caterpillar Chevrolet. Got to thank Granger and Wicks and Sprint and everybody else that helps put us on, but just disappointing that you got somebody old like that retired and should be retired the way he drives. It's just ridiculous.
Ryan, you were racing him pretty aggressively for 9th place in the turns before that. Do you think he had any reason to be ticked off at you?
I only hit him in turn 1 when he cut across my nose, so I don't think there was any reason other than him just being bipolar and having anger issues. So, well, I mean, you can look up, you can Google Tony Stewart. You'll see all kinds of things he's done. Look it up on YouTube, everything else. Quite the guy.
Glad Ryan's okay, out for the night, and Chase Hope's dashed.
Ryan Newman, emotional, obviously, because his hopes of making the chase relied on a good run here, being able to outrun Jamie McMurray by at least 22 positions.
I know he's emotional, but I tend to agree with his assessment of the accident. The 14 comes down on a turn 1. That's aggressive driving. If they bump and bang down the backstretch here, and then the 14 just continues to change direction down the backstretch. We saw a similar type accident at Darlington. I mean, we've seen cars run into each other all night long on the restarts, in the corners. We've seen flat tires. We saw Matt Kenseth upset with Brad Keselowski. This isn't the first 2 cars we've seen run into each other, but in the middle of the straightaway, it's hard to come up with a reason why you would have an issue. This is last week at Darlington, the same thing. Tony gets upset, obviously, with Brian Scott, and just comes up and catches the bumper of the 44. There's no other way to explain it. He's too talented and too good of a race car driver to feel that that is a mistake behind the wheel. I've seen him do too many great things to win races to be able to just misjudge it on a straightaway.
And remember that these two used to work together.
Right. Oh, yeah.
When Ryan Newman worked at Stewart Haas Racing, we actually worked for Tony Stewart. So not good relation right now.
Probably the biggest hit that took place there was David Reagan. So let's hear how he's doing with Dave.
Yeah, Rick walked away from a destroyed race car. You okay?
Yeah, just my feelings are hurt. Yeah, we had a pretty good Sweet Frog Toyota Camry, and I don't think I've ever had as up and down of night as I had in 400 laps tonight. I think at one point we were 4 laps down. We had an unscheduled stop, a flat tire, and we had a pretty fast race car, and so we were able to get back on the lead lap with all these cautions, and I think we were in good position for a good finish. And you know, in a wreck like that, you got 3 or 4 cars spinning. You don't know whether to go low, go high. You just try to slow down. And as soon as whoever was in front of me went low, I saw Newman and hit him pretty hard. So it's unfortunate to tear up a race car like that this late in the race, and certainly when we had a good one. So, you know, thanks to Sweet Frog and all the guys at BK Racing, they brought us a pretty good car. It was a lot of fun for 350-something laps.
David, what have the mixed emotions been like this weekend racing with your good friend Chris Buescher, knowing that if you finished way ahead of him, you might put him out of the chase?
You know, we had to be focused and come to Richmond. We had a goal as a team to run as well as we could, and you never know. All these cautions, and you have some unique pit strategy at the end. We could found ourselves in victory lane, so we had a race to run, but Chris is a smart driver, and he's got a good team behind him, and I knew he was going to be all right if he didn't make any mistakes, and certainly there's a lot that goes into winning races and finishing races and making the chase, and, you know, I'm proud of him if he can make it, but we had our own race tonight, and it's unfortunate that we're not going to be able to see the checkered flag.
Glad you're okay. Rick?
Thanks, Dave. What a night it has been for bubble drivers especially. Early on, Ryan Blaney in the 21. Blows a tire and up into the wall goes Blaney. Blaney in a must-win situation.
On 38 Landon Castle having trouble with brakes. Went to the garage early. Felt like they had to get it fixed.
And then the 5 of Casey Kane caught speeding on pit road. He wouldn't be the last car, though. A lot of cars speeding on pit road this evening.
A lot of penalties being divvied out. The 24 of Chase Elliott, though. Contact there with the 88 of Jeff Gordon, and then a cut tire puts Chase Elliott into the wall.
Early in the race, we just talked to David Reagan. Early in the race, he had an issue. Got into the side of the 13 of Casey Mears. Had the pit, right front damage.
Yeah, we could watch highlights of these bubble drivers all night. Here's the 34 Chris Buescher making contact on the racetrack. Forces him to pit. I think a great decision by his crew chief pit. Pull the fender off the tire to make sure they don't have a flat on the racetrack.
And then the big one. Trouble with 31 car, got blocked on pit road, tried to get out. This cost him a lot of spots, cost him being the free pass. The most recent underneath the 14 didn't think he was there, came down on him. Right here they get together. 14 car down the back straight, turns left, now they get hooked up, the 19's pushing. Big wreck happens behind him.
Quite a few cars torn up from that incident. And the chase standings, how that hurts Ryan Newman, who's now out of the race and out of possibility of making the chase in 2016. Jamie McMurray, 38 points above the cut line.
But we have to be clear, Rick, just because Ryan Newman has had an issue, Jamie McMurray is not safe. We talk about Trevor Bain, Greg Biffle, Clint Boyer, Casey Kane. There are cars that are below that cut line. If they win, they're in. Well, if they're in, Jamie McMurray's out.
Kelly.
Well, as we just saw with David Reagan now out of this race, that certainly helps the case for the 34 car of Chris Buescher. Still some tense moments, though, here around that pit area. They know they're going to have to come in. They did get a little bit of damage. They're not sure how much, but here's what we heard over the radio for their game plan when they do get to pit road.
Put the right sides up, take the tire off, and get the fender clearance. By the time he gets the tire off, you're going to know what you need to do, okay? And we just need to get it off the tire so we don't kill this set of tires. If the splitter is still, if it's beat down and dragging, we'll go around, get caught up, and come back in. I don't care if it's dragging under caution, all right? We're not going to do left sides first.
So you hear the game plan there from Bob Osborne. Now it looks like, as we said, he does have a good shot now of getting into the chase, but this team would love to go into it with some momentum and a decent finish here tonight.
And under a red flag condition as they continue to clean up the racetrack. Multiple cars involved. Denny Hamlin scored out front. Kyle Larson running second. Tony Stewart's walking through the garage and walking away. His last race at Richmond International Raceway. NASCAR live from Chicago next week. Saturday, the Xfinity Series on NBC at 3 p.m. Eastern. Sunday, Sprint Cup Series on NBCSN. Race coverage begins at 2 p.m. Eastern. In Xfinity Series, it'll be the last race before their chase, and the Cup Series will be the first race of the chase. Take a look at the playoff schedule. Again, 3 race segments. Chicagoland, New Hampshire, Dover, 4 drivers will be eliminated. Then Charlotte, Kansas, Talladega, 4 more eliminated. Martinsville, Texas, Phoenix, 4 drivers eliminated. 4 drivers will have a shot at the championship in Miami, November 20th.
We haven't even got in the chase yet, Rick. This night has been quite the night just to see who can make the chase.
It has been eventful. The red flag has been lifted. It was for 20 minutes as they cleaned the track. So now, as far as Newman, he's in a position where he cannot win, or not only win, but not get into the chase. Jamie McMurray, currently 16th in the point standings, right on the cut line. Jamie McMurray is going to get into the chase on points if a first-time winner doesn't come up and win this race. So Denny Hamlin wants to win. He's out front. Kyle Larson running second. Now, when does someone come to pit road to get tires?
Well, here's the problem, Rick. The leaders, we have 12 cars that are on the racetrack with about 15 laps on the tires. And then behind those, we basically have a mishmash of cars that have pitted already. Greg Biffle, Jimmy Johnson, Clint Boyer, Jeff Gordon, the list goes on. But the issue is, and we've talked about it with all of these cautions, there are 26 cars in the lead lap. So if Denny Hamlin chooses to come to pit road, there are 10 or 12 cars that aren't coming. So he's going to restart 13th, 14th, 15th on the field and have to come back through traffic with 36 to go. This is going to be a tough decision. I wonder if the leaders just haven't waited too long now, Jeff, and they might have to stay out at least one more time to try to get everybody to have old tires. Because the green light is on, we're going to see who comes to pit road.
Pit road's open. Denny Hamlin not coming. Brad Keselowski decides to come to pit road. He and Joey Logano leading the few onto pit road. Kelly.
And the call for the 2 crew was Miller Lite. It is going to be their last set of 4 sticker tires. Brad Keselowski has just been dealing with a car that's a little bit too loose off. Marty?
Kevin Harvick coming down pit road. This will be their last set of sticker tires on that 4 car. And Kevin saying the car is still loose off. He saw that wedge adjustment, trying to tighten it up. These tires going on. That might be the last stop they have of the evening.
And now you can see the 34 of Chris Buescher's. We expected him to come down. They want to make sure that they've got good clearance around all 4 of those tires so that they don't risk getting a flat like they had earlier in this race. It's a set of scuffed tires for the 34, Dave.
Carl Edwards, they are still repairing the 19 car. During that accident, the toe was knocked out a little bit, so they wants to get it turning straight again. He took it around the track 1 lap and said, no, it's still not right, so he came back in.
15 cautions tonight ties the record at Richmond, and I'll ask the professionals up here, is that the last caution we will see this evening?
At this point, I would have to say no. What would lead us to believe it is?
Yeah, but really, basically, it's all about when these cars were on pit road last. We have a group of cars that are on older tires. Greg Biffle has a little bit fresher tires. He's going to restart in the 8th position in that top lane. He has to get a great turns 1 and 2. You see on the hat right there at the top of your screen, last pit and what lap they were on pit road. So the top 5 all look the same, but as that scrolls through the field, you're going to see a variety of numbers. There are a ton of different pit strategies, and it's going to be very interesting to see how this works out, Marty.
Well, guys, we are back here by Tony Stewart Haller, hoping that he will do an interview before this race is over with, but we will talk to him this evening, post-race if nothing else, because all the Chase contenders will be here after the race is over with. But with 34 laps to go, we may not get a chance to get an interview with Stewart. He did go into the hauler, just wanted a few moments to calm down, so he is in the hauler right behind us, hoping to get a word with him before the end of the race.
Thanks, Marty.
Restarts are so important in this sport, and we just talked about Greg Biffle, and he's sitting there with fresher tires. He's got Danica Patrick in the line in front of him. Be looking for Greg Biffle to get very aggressive on this restart. 3 wide, entering turn 1. He's going to have to be aggressive to try to make something happen.
I may have spoke too soon. Ryan Newman on his way back out onto the racetrack. A lot of damage to the 31, but he wants to get back out there and have a shot at it. 2 by 2. Denny Hamlin on the inside. Kyle Larson on the outside. Green flag back in the air. Kyle Busch to the outside, 3 wide as they go into turn 1. Busch making that outside line work, going for second now.
Truex got really loose getting into 3, almost got on the side of the 18, has opened the door up for the 42 of Larson.
Kyle Busch has made the move up to second, but now he's got the 42 of Kyle Larson working to the inside. Martin Truex Jr. looking to the inside now of the 42 of Larson, trying to get back by for third.
Look at Danica Patrick in the back of this group, keeping up with this pack, running in 7th spot.
Talked about spoilers. Danica Patrick, potentially her first win in the Sprint Cup Series.
Well, we talked a lot about Greg Biffle. Well, the car right behind Greg Biffle, Casey Kane, just pitted onto this last yellow, got fresh tires. He looks like he might have the better speed than the 16 of Greg Biffle.
Casey Kane trying to get by the 16 of Biffle. Danica Patrick just in front of the 2.
And I misspoke. He pitted a yellow ago. Not this last yellow, but a yellow ago as he goes to the outside of the 16. This 5 car has showed some speed. They're going to try to split the 10 off from turn 3. Or excuse me, off turn 2. They're going to take Danica Patrick 3 wide.
Into turn 3. Oh. And a little contact there as Casey Kane trying to make that turn in the 10. Got into the left rear quarter panel.
Brad Keselowski tries to fight his way up into the situation.
Little smoke coming out from behind the 10 now of Danica Patrick. Tire rub.
See, not work out well. All night long we see tire rubs lead to cut tires.
Under 30 laps to go. Denny Hamlin holding off Kyle Busch. 0.8 of a second separate 1 and 2.
Can Casey Kane get his momentum built back up after that incident? It cost him some time. He about had the 16 cleared. He just now is getting back by the 16. So that was a 3-lap loss and when he was gaining spots.
Yeah, I think his concern might be in his rear view mirror that 2 of Brad Keselowski's coming. I think the 5 is better than the cars in front of him, but can he run away from the 2?
Casey Kane working by Austin Dillon in the 3.
I believe Austin Dillon having the kind of night that he needs. Calm, quiet, needs no drama. Same as McMurray, now in 5th. Here they are 3 wide, entering turn 3, and Kane just doesn't know that they're 3 wide. Comes down onto the front of Danica Patrick. Lucky it wasn't a big wreck.
But look at the 2. The 2 knew that was his opening, and he squeezes between the 48 and the 10.
Forcing his way in there, trying to get every spot. As the laps wind down, 25 to go.
Put yourself in Casey Kane's shoes. It's been a long time since he's won a race. Been a lot of pressure on his team. Drives for Hendrick Motorsports. Has not had the success that his teammates has had. If he can find a way to win this race, all that is erased.
Must-win situation for Casey Kane.
Tire rub on the 2 car now. That rear's rubbing on his.
Tire issues all night long after contact, either on restarts or aggressive driving. Already tied the number of cautions, the record number of cautions at Richmond at 15. As hairy as the restarts have been, Denny Hamlin doesn't want another one. He's out in front by over a second, in front of Kyle Busch. Marty.
Casey Kane doing all he can, Rick, to get into that top 5 and get around Jamie McMurray. I was talking to Keith Rodden about how Casey has been the last month or so. He said, really, I saw a pep in his step around Michigan. We bought some faster cars, new aero bodies to the car, and a little engine package tune-up as well, and we have been faster. Finished 7th at Darlington last week, so Casey coming into this weekend with a lot of positive momentum. Can he get into the top 5 and maybe get the win, Mike?
And you know Casey Kane is looming very large in the rearview mirror of Jamie McMurray. McMurray told me this morning, he said he's going to be paying extra close attention to the 5 because he knows he's fast and he could change where the cut line is as for the playoffs. He knows if Kane goes to victory lane or McMurray may be bounced out, he would adjust his aggression accordingly based upon what he saw out of the 5. And with the 5 moving toward the front, you can expect Jamie McMurray to start ratcheting up.
Murray making that car as wide as he possibly can. Make it as hard as possible for Casey Kane to get by.
He knows Casey Kane. See, Casey Kane got in the back of the 1 car a little bit. Jamie really doesn't need to put himself in any bad situation. Just give this spot up. Won't surprise me at all. There he goes. He just lifts, gives Casey the spot. Jamie has a whole lot more to lose than he does the game by racing these guys.
Jamie has a lot to lose also if the 5's able to get up there and win the race. The chase bubble points on the left side. It is the 1 of Jamie McMurray that is 16th. That means if a new winner gets up there and gets up front, takes the checkered flag, that would put Jamie McMurray out of the chase.
Well, I think Jamie McMurray knew that as well. You saw how hard he raced the 5 of Casey Kane, and I don't blame him, but really the 2 got by. I think the damage was done for the 5. Brad Keselowski has better tires, a little bit faster race car. He snuck by and now is trying to run down the top 4.
Murray looks like he's having a hard time getting that 1 to turn. He's up the racetrack and into the 22 of Logano.
Now he's just getting completely out of the way. They had trouble getting around Ryan Newman. So now Jamie's just going to pull over and let these guys go.
And as we talk about this, Denny Hamlin basically is stretched out to a 1.5 second lead over the 78 of Martin Truex Jr.
Truex Jr. has been able to get by the 18 of Kyle Busch for 2nd. Kyle Busch back to 3rd. Brad Keselowski 4th. Kyle Larson is 5th. Casey Kane, the highest running car that has not won this year. He runs 6th. Is there enough laps to go, though? 16 to go. Casey Kane trying to take 5th away from Kyle Larson.
He needs a caution. What Casey Kane's going to need is a caution, and then have the leaders pit and he stay out, and then just try to somehow hold him off. It's really about the only way I think he can win this race, especially now that 2 has gotten in front and Hamlin and Truex have just driven away.
Going to try to take 5th away from Larson.
See just how difficult it is. Casey Kane's able to get underneath the 42, but it's so hard to apply the power from that bottom lane and clear the 42 on corner exit. Looks like he has a little bit of a run here, but the 42 is going to continue to challenge off that high side.
Yeah, the 42 doesn't care about the 5 situation. The 42 wants to get the best finish he can. 5 way up the racetrack. Casey Kane's driving his heart out. He knows how big this race is.
Been in the position before in a must-win situation, was able to win in Atlanta to get into the chase. Casey Kane running 5th. Brad Keselowski in front of him. As is Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr. and out in front, Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin hailing from Chesterfield, Virginia, just 23 miles from this racetrack. Calls it his home racetrack as he sees just 12 laps to go. The gap between he and second, Martin Truex Jr., just 1.7 seconds.
After this battle with teammates, Kurt Busch on the inside, Harvick in the middle.
Three wide. Kevin Harvick sliding up the racetrack, trying to find some grip late in this race.
These guys are going at it. See how high Kyle Larson. Look how much racetrack Kyle's using. Still 3 wide. What a battle.
Logano, I think, is faster than all 3 of them, but all 3 lanes are clogged with other cars.
We're not going to go 4 wide, are we?
They're going to try it. Sliding around. Saw Kurt Busch hanging on to that 41 in the back.
Now he got a pick. Used that lap car, the 30. Kevin Harvick used him as a little bit of a pick, was able to clear Larson.
Five has made the way around Kyle Busch. Casey Kane up to 4th, but only 8 laps to go.
He needs a late race caution. He needs his caution with 4 or 5 laps to go, where Hamlin and Truex can't afford to pit. If they pit, they give up so much track position. That's going to be his way forward if he can win this race.
Yeah, Keselowski does have newer tires than Hamlin and Truex in front of him, but Hamlin's doing a great job working lap traffic. Continues with just under a 2-second lead over the 78 of Martin Truex.
Yeah, Truex is kind of in the same situation. I don't think there's enough time for Truex to run these guys down. It wouldn't surprise me if Truex just didn't back it down a little bit and save his tires in case you get that late race caution.
Denny Hamlin almost 2 seconds in front of Martin Truex Jr. 2 times Denny Hamlin has won at his home track. The last time it was back in 2010. Many years have passed since he was able to celebrate in this victory lane.
He told us this week how much a win here would mean to this race team. He felt very confident of his chances. He gave himself an 8.5 on a 10 scale of being ready for the chase, but he said a win at Richmond would make it a 9.5. He's only 5 laps away from getting that win, getting that momentum heading into the playoffs.
A great story of how Denny Hamlin has been able to make his way up into the Sprint Cup Series and race for the top prize when he was 12 years old. He met with Joe Gibbs at an autograph signing. Very close to a caution, though, just moments ago as Kyle Larson got in the back of the 55.
Reed Sorensen did an unbelievable job of driving right there. It's not exactly what Casey Kane wanted to see. He wanted to see that caution come out.
As I mentioned, at the age of 12, he was getting an autograph from Joe Gibbs.
3-4-3.
And he told Joe Gibbs at that time, I'm going to race for you when I'm able to, when I'm older. Fast forward. Now Denny Hamlin, 35 years old. 23 years have passed. He's racing for Joe Gibbs. He's racing for a championship for Joe Gibbs Racing. 2 laps of racing to go for Richmond, trying to get his 3rd win at this racetrack. Denny Hamlin started the season off.
Big accident into turn 3. The 7 makes hard contact with 2 to go, and we're going to go into overtime.
Regan Smith into the wall. That means Denny Hamlin will have to fight for this one. Casey Kane, Precious Tires, 4th.
Jamie McMurray was a half of a lap away until this caution happened of being in the chase. No chance of a new winner coming in. So what will all these guys do now?
See the 7 just lose it. I can't tell if the left rear tire is down or if he just spins out on corner entry, but hard impact. You see how much damage to the car.
New record for cautions at Richmond, 16 on the evening.
Now, Rick, what do? Do you have tires? If you do have tires, do you come and get tires? These are old. They're 45 laps on these leaders' tires, 30 on some. Will new tires? Is there enough time in 2 laps to use new tires and get back up through the field with this many cars in the lead lap?
Steve, Jeff. Okay, so the top 2 guys, Denny Hamlin, Mark Truex Jr., came to pit road on lap 322. Keselowski, 365. So 43 laps fresher tires for Brad Keselowski. Casey Kane, 355. Does that amount of laps, now that we have gone through this many laps to get to this point, will it still have some good? Will those tires still have a little bit of good compared to the 2 guys in front of them?
I don't think they're going to be on these tires. I think the leader's going to have to hit pit road. I think if they don't, this is the problem. Whenever Denny Hamlin does, about half of the field or more will do the opposite. If Denny Hamlin pits, Casey Kane, he'd be crazy not to stay out. But if Denny Hamlin stays out, if I'm Casey Kane, I come and get fresh tires and try to give myself a chance to win the race.
Hamlin has to stay out. He has no choice, and he is staying out because, as you said, they're going to do whatever he doesn't do. So he has no choice but to stay out.
And Kyle Busch is going to bring the 18 car onto pit road for fresher tires. Quite a few cars following him onto pit road. Mike.
Jamie McMurray on pit road. Going to service the car. He knows he needs to finish as high as he possibly can to prevent being eliminated if Casey Kane does move into the victory, pick up the win and move into victory lane. That would move that cutoff line way beyond McMurray. Marty.
Mike, we saw Kyle Busch take a chance earlier on the restart going 3 wide. This is 4 fresh tires or scuffed tires for the 18. Just trying to do what they can to win, Dave.
Crew Chief Chad Johnston said of his driver, Kyle Larson, I want you on offense. Come for our tires. Now, they aren't stickers. They are 3-lap scuffs, but those are pretty darn good.
Question is going to be how many stayed out.
That's exactly
What's
right.
the gap between Denny Hamlin and the fresh tire?
Yeah, because Kyle Busch is going to have a gigantic speed advantage on our leaders. But more than I thought, more cars than I thought stayed on the racetrack. I would have been calling my driver to pit road, but that could perhaps be the wrong call. We have to see how many cars stayed on the racetrack and how many of those fresh tires have to overcome.
So Casey Kane sitting there in 4th position. Restarting is so difficult, but now you're going to restart on old tires. So the 2 leaders, we've seen this happen. We saw this happen with Chase Elliott, where he had the lead. He spun his rear tires. He did not find a way on old tires to get a restart. Kyle Larson ended up winning the race. Now you have the front row, both on old tires. Row 2, a little bit fresher tires. This initial start, how they leave the restart zone will determine and go a long way to determine who can win this race and whether or not Casey Kane can win this race.
Well, and remember, if Casey Kane wins this race, Jamie McMurray is out. So Jamie McMurray has to race Austin Dillon, who has to race Chase Elliott. There are no guarantees. With that caveat that NASCAR has put in place, a win and you're in. That changes points racing because it's not just be above the cut line, because you can't define where the cut line is until you see who wins the race.
This race is going into overtime, and what that means is once the driver takes the green flag, they have to get all the way around to the back straight. And to that line, that is the overtime line without a caution coming out. If they make it to the overtime line, if the leader gets to the overtime line before a caution comes out, they will try to finish the race under green. If a caution comes out after the overtime line, after they've reached that, the race will be called. They will finish the lap under caution, and they will determine finishing positions based on video.
And Rick, we have our answer. Kyle Busch will restart in the 12th position. That seems like a long way to go for 2 laps, but we've seen how wide this racetrack can be. There will be a lot of lanes, a lot of options for the 18 and Kyle Busch.
Let's listen in to Martin Truex Jr.'s radio just moments ago.
Yeah, we're up to 5 behind us. He's got to win, so that'll be interesting. Yeah, I know. I see him there.
Oh, they know the 5 situation. The 5 has no choice but to be very, very aggressive, and they're all anticipating it.
Well, now Buescher has pulled over. He doesn't need to be up and race this. That's going to move Kyle Busch up to now the 11th position. That seems like a long way with 2 laps, but we never know. We could have multiple attempts at this.
And listen, the 24, the 3, and the 1, why is that important? They're all racing each other for those points. They all pitted on that same time, so they're all fairly equal on tires.
They don't want to be 16th in case Casey Kane gets up there and steals this win tonight. If they were 16th, they would be bumped out of the chase if we get a new winner. Denny Hamlin has chosen the inside line. Martin Truex Jr. on the outside. We're into overtime.
Denny Hamlin, great restart.
Very aggressive behind him. Denny Hamlin checking out, though. Hamlin reaches the overtime line, and they spin behind him.
Correct behind you.
But it stays clean so far.
Caution has not come out yet.
And the 42 of Kyle Larson is all the way up to the 4th position. Is there enough time for him to run down the leader?
Final lap. Through 1 and 2 for the final time. Denny Hamlin. Here comes Kyle Larson. He's boxed in behind the 78 of Martin Truex Jr. Denny Hamlin looking to win in his home state. Out of turn 4, Hamlin wins at Richmond.
Good job, buddy. Good job. Good job.
Kurt Busch in the 41 slid as he came across the start-finish line. Kyle Larson, fresh tires all the way up to 2nd and made it very interesting. If it wouldn't have been for Martin Truex Jr. on the backstretch, Kyle Larson would have been challenging Denny Hamlin for this win.
Last half of the race, this thing was great.
Denny Hamlin, with that great restart, separated himself. Think about that. What if he hadn't have gotten that restart and the 42 would have had that run coming? So, like I said, leaving the restart zone was so important. It's so difficult with those old tires to get traction and get the thing going, and Denny mastered it.
Jimmy McMurray can start celebrating, as can Chris Buescher. 2 drivers that were right on the bubble and being able to fulfill a dream once again. Chris Buescher in the chase for the first time.
Finished 24th, 2 points to the good.
Denny Hamlin about to celebrate. Denny Hamlin celebrating in Richmond. This moment presented by Sunoco, fueling victories all season long. Third win of the season for Denny Hamlin. We mentioned momentum. As he gets ready for the first race of the chase, Chicagoland. Now we'll have 9 bonus points. The 3 wins entering the chase. Denny Hamlin has fought for championships before. Said that losing a championship makes him stronger as a competitor to try to win one. 4 drivers It will be their first time in the chase. Kyle Larson with that valiant effort at the end of this race in the chase for the first time, as is Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher, and Austin Dillon. The next generation of NASCAR drivers going to be joining the veterans like Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin knows his way to victory lane. We'll join him there when we return to Richmond. Welcome back to Richmond International Raceway. Let's get right to victory lane and Dave Burns.
So many little things to do before you get out of the race car after you've won. Denny Hamlin's got them all in order. Here he comes. Denny Hamlin back in victory lane at his home track. And a lot of confetti. Yeah, I don't think there was this much confetti last time. It's been a few years. How's this feel?
It feels great. I tell you, our cars are really running well. Wheels and the whole group just gave me a great car. Really got it tuned in there at the last half of the race. I mean, just good restarts. Finally, everything just kind of worked well for us all day. I didn't think staying out was the right thing to do, but great call there. And actually, I got this from one of our Federated guests on his birthday today. He gave me this. He says it helps him get through the tough times. So kept that in the car, and thank Eli for that. So, man, proud of this whole FedEx Ground Camry team. Just everything's been great. Thank everyone from the Greenbrier, the Jordan brand, Coca-Cola, everyone who's been just so good to us throughout my career, and hopefully we'll go on another chase run.
And so many people here rooting you on. This is home, Denny.
Yeah, it's what's so special about it is you get to do it at home, and I mean, there's just, I see all the extra Denny Hamlin shirts and hats and everything. It fires me up every time I get here. So also guys, thanks Sport Clips as well for their support this year. So got all that covered, and man, this is a great car. Hopefully we can use it in the chase.
Well, it'll go through the rotation. I'm sure it will be back, but what kind of momentum are you guys now carrying into the chase?
Well, I said that, I thought we were like an 8.5 on momentum. I don't believe in 10, so 9.5 would be optimum. I said if we won this race, we'd go to a 9, and it's hard for me not to say it's 9.5 at this point. So I tell you, it's a great team effort here. We've got everything going well for us, a total team effort. Just everyone, JGR, building these fast cars. Can't thank them enough.
Welcome to Victory Lane, and welcome back home.
All right, thank you.
Denny Hamlin, victorious once again, a third time at Richmond.
And unofficially, we take a look at the chase standings. 13 drivers ended up winning in the regular season. Chase Elliott, Austin Dillon, Jamie McMurray will make a run at the title.
And it really jumps out at me, Rick. Look at Chris Buescher in 13th, Chase Elliott in 14th. Two rookies in the chase this year. That hasn't been done since Denny Hamlin did it way back in 2006. the last rookie to make the chase.
Yeah, look at Brad Keselowski with 4 wins, Kyle Busch with 4 wins. Both of those guys go in with the most amount of points for this round 1.
And again, Kyle Larson, Chris Buescher, Chase Elliott, Austin Dillon, all making the chase for the first time in their careers. Take a look at Denny Hamlin's Coca-Cola winning moment. This incredible last restart. Right as he entered the restart zone, he took off.
Look at the lead he has getting into turn 1. Now he's able to turn back up the racetrack and get his angle correct. That was huge because Kyle Larson was coming so fast. Had he not gotten that lead, I think Kyle Larson would have got him.
And the celebration will continue. Let's go to Marty.
Well, Rick, the record book will show a 6th place finish for Keith Rodden and Casey Kane tonight, but that doesn't show the effort that went into that last run. And when you got that caution, you're running 4th, were you thinking, here's my chance?
Yeah, I mean, I tried. I wanted to, but Denny was fast. Truex was fast. Neither one of us. Well, Truex, I stayed right with him on the restart, but the inside took off a little better. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I wanted to win, but Denny was a good bit better than we were. We got up there because of the right pit call. We got on tires at the right time and got by those guys, and then when they pitted, they were too far behind us to get us back. So it worked out. You know, I think we would have run 4th at best. We ended up 6th with that final restart. So it was a good effort by our Farmers Insurance team, just not good enough.
Well, you got a big congratulations from Mr. Hendrick and on the effort this evening. Do you feel, though, Casey, you are bringing more speed, the team's bringing more speed the last few weeks that encouraged you going into the final 10 races?
Yeah, he said, good job, way to fight. And I was like, man, thanks for giving me the last 3 weeks we've had cars that we're capable of fighting with. So that was nice for me, have 3 cars in the last 3 weeks that we could actually go and battle. You know, so that was good. So the team's doing a nice job. We just have to keep going from there. And our whole deal these last 10 races is try to get consistency and keep running in the top 10 and, yeah, work on winning races. But we haven't been anywhere close to that this year. So it'll be nice. You know, we've been like a 13th to 18th. And we want to be in the top 10, top 5, and the last 3 weeks we have. So we need to keep pushing forward on that.
Disappointed to not make the chase, but clearly showed tonight they can win if they get up there and contend for top 5s. Kelly?
One guy who's certainly happy. He goes from Xfinity Series champion to a rookie chase driver here in the Sprint Cup Series. Chris Buescher, what does this mean to you? What does this mean to this team?
You know, it's obviously a big night for Front Row Motorsports and Bob Jenkins. For a small team like we are to be able to pull it off and get that win at Pocono and find ourselves in the chase right now, it's pretty special. It was a crazy race. I can't believe how many cautions we had. We got involved in one of the accidents, had a tire go down. Just a very eventful day. You know, just so proud to be here. It's a home race for CSX. I had a Bryan Park shop visit right down the road early this weekend when we got here. It's cool to have all of them out here. You know, all the help that we've got from Love's Travel Stops this year and Roush Yates Engines and Ford and everybody that's working so hard to get us here. It's been a wild ride. We've had some great support from Roush Fenway at the same time. I mean, it's just everything worked out the way we needed it to be able to pull this night off just like this. And it's hard going that slow when we were finally making progress and getting the car balanced better. We were to the point where we felt like we could start driving forward, and they said, man, we don't need to. No risk. There was just no risk at this point.
There were some tense moments for sure. It's one thing, though, Chris, to get into the chase. What can you do now that you're in the playoffs?
Now we talk a different strategy. We got a lot of things changing now. Just really cool to be a part of it at this point. We look at this first round, and we want to make it past that round. We want to move through the chase. And then we can reevaluate from there. If we can keep going farther and improve our program each and every weekend, then that's definitely what, and that's always going to be what we're aiming to do. But that's the plan. We got to go and try and progress through the chase and see what we can pull off.
All right, Chris Buescher making his first chase appearance. Rick,
4 drivers making their first chase appearance. Look at the ages of these drivers as well. Chase Elliott, the huge shoes that he had to fill, stepping in for the retired Jeff Gordon, and already in his rookie season, he has made the chase at just the age of 20. Chris Buescher, just heard from him at 23. Kyle Larson, everyone asked, when was it going to happen? Not if, but when. It happened this year. He got his win at Michigan. Now in the chase, Austin Dillon at 26 in his 3rd season will also be fighting for the chase championship. Marty. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
Hey, I'll accept Marty. That's fine. He's a good guy, pretty good reporter as well. I'm with Jamie McMurray making his second chase appearance. You know, you look at the grid, and it looks like you're 43 points to the good, but it had to be tense there at the end there with the 5 coming and potentially moving that chase line down. What were your thoughts there in the closing laps?
Well, our Sherwin-Williams Emerald Chevy was really good all night long, but especially once the 31 got in trouble, I was racing so different than what you normally would, not taking any risk. And then when I saw the 5 car had tires and some of those guys didn't, they got a little crazy. But really good day. Both of our cars ran really good again today. Our cars have been so great. The guys at our shop need to be really proud of what they've been able to build for the last couple of weeks, because it's a lot of fun to drive and be able to run that quick. I looked up at one point, and I think there were 4 Gibbs cars, and then Kyle and I at one point. So still have a little bit of work to do. We've made huge gains, and really proud of all those guys.
What are your expectations heading into the chase in terms of what you can accomplish and how far you can go?
Well, I feel better about our chances this year versus last year. I felt like last year heading into the chase, we didn't really have anything in our pocket as far as a little bit better cars. And when I talked to you earlier today, I told you I did a Chicago test, different chassis, some different stuff on our car, and we thought that was not a huge improvement, but a bigger improvement than where we've been. And I feel like right now we already have cars that are capable of winning. So I look forward to getting there. That's been a good track for both Kyle and I, and it'd be a great way to start off our chase. It's the home of McDonald's, so that's a great track.
I spoke with your team owner, Chip Ganassi, before the race, asked him what it would mean to have 2 cars in the chase. He said it would be the biggest thing ever. What's it mean to be able to deliver on that?
Well, look, when you look at Chip's organization, he's been so successful in the Indy cars, the sports cars. We've won the dates. We've won some big races in NASCAR, but the NASCAR side is really hard to keep on top, and it's that way for everybody. So when you get down, it's really hard to climb your way back up. We made some changes earlier in the year. As far as personnel, he moved some people around. The crew chiefs, everybody is working really well together, and they've been able to build some great cars, and he's proud of that, because when you make those changes, there's no guarantee that it's going to show up on the racetrack, but it has.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Jamie McMurray will be the 16th seed heading into round 1, but he expects to be able to make some noise. Marty?
Well, Mike, let's chat with Tony Stewart, who is in the chase, but obviously the contact with Ryan Newman is what everyone's talking about right now. He seemed to indicate that you cut across his nose and that it was intentional. What was your take on that and your reaction to what he said?
He's right. I mean, that was the 3rd time he'd driven into me during the night, and, how many times does a guy get a free pass till you've had enough of it? So, he's got to do his part racing for a championship too, and race to get in there. And if you're going to run into guys, then I go into one there and he dive bombs in there, and I'm already coming down. So it's not like I was trying to squeeze him in the infield or something. And Ryan and I've been good friends. I don't do that to him, but he hits me in 1, he hits me off at 2, and it's like it's the 3rd time by that time. I mean, there was once early in the race that nobody saw. So 3 times, that's 2 more times than I normally let somebody run into me.
As a guy who is your friend and used to be your employee, he also said some things like driving like you should already be retired. Your reaction to that?
Well, he'll get his wish in 10 weeks, so he'll get his wish. So maybe next year without us here, he'll get his spot in the chase that way. So he's a guy that can get in here, and he's going to win a championship before it's all said and done. And this night didn't dictate it for him. I mean, there were 26 weeks to get you to the chase. So tonight's wasn't a make or break for him. I mean, the 25 weeks before that set the tone for tonight, and it made it stressful for him, and he was trying to make it happen. But you can't just plow through guys and knock guys out of the way to get there and expect to make it.
You and I were talking earlier this week about the chase, and you said, now, I don't want to make predictions because in 2011 I said I was wasting a space in the chase. That's what you said. But what do you think about the shot to win a championship in your final year, Tony?
I want to say that I'm wasting a spot because it worked last time. So, who knows what's going to happen. You just got to, what you do up to the start of the chase really doesn't mean anything, obviously. I mean, 2011 is proof of that. So, we'll get started next week at Chicago, and all I care about right now is getting ready for Chicago and running through Sunday at Chicago. Once we get through that, then I'll worry about week 2. But this is a stressful 10 weeks, and you take it 1 week at a time, and that's what we did in 11, and it worked.
Honest words from Tony Stewart, who knows this championship road. He's done it before and won it. Rick,
there was some interesting racing and comments made because of the racing earlier today. It started off Brad Keselowski and Matt Kenseth. Keselowski with a difficult restart, but then charging back into the turn, got into the side of the 20 coming up the racetrack, and Matt Kenseth. Then later, because of that contact, gets into the wall, had a cut tire, and Matt Kenseth's day ends a little bit early because of Brad Keselowski.
That's all on Brad, and I'm sure he'll send a tweet out or go on a TV show and explain how it wasn't his fault, but he just, he knows better than that. He knows his angle was bad, and he just drove way off in the corner because he made a mistake, and he was trying to make up for it and had no respect for anybody on the outside lane.
It's tough last race of the regular season. The battle continued between the 31 and the 14. Ryan Newman got into the back of the 14, not once but twice, as Tony Stewart just mentioned, and then Tony Stewart didn't like it. He was coming down the racetrack, and that caused the big one that Ryan Newman got caught up in, and a lot of heavy contact. And Ryan Newman not happy about the way he was being raced by Tony Stewart.
I only hit him in turn 1 when he cut across my nose, so I don't think there was any reason other than him just being bipolar and having anger issues. So, well, I mean, you can look up, you can Google Tony Stewart, you'll see all kinds of things he's done. Look it up on YouTube, everything else. Quite the guy.
So a few drivers not happy about the way they were raced this evening. Brad Keselowski was involved in one of the incidents with Matt Kenseth, and Kelly's with him.
Yeah, and we heard Matt Kenseth unhappy with Brad on that restart, but even just moments ago to me, it sounded like you took some responsibility. What happened on that restart?
Yeah, I just missed a shift and ruined, Matt's day. So I can understand why. I didn't hear what he had to say, but I can understand why he's upset. He deserves to be upset. I made a mistake, and it was kind of crappy for everyone. But hopefully he'll accept the apology. I certainly don't want to miss a shift for myself, let alone him. And when I got into the corner, I just missed the corner. I was trying to get it in gear and missed the corner and got him, and it looks like it must have cut his tire down. So apologies to him and his team, Kelly. That's not what anybody wants to see, including myself. But as far as the rest of the day is concerned, I thought it was just a hard-fought, Richmond night race, and a lot of yellows there at the end, and hard to keep up with. The 1178 ran a great race, and so did Larson there at the end, and we finished right behind him. I just wish I could have cleaned up a few mistakes and maybe could have snuck in a win, but we just needed a little bit more.
You'll go into the chase off a 4th place finish here, 4 wins. Where do you see the state of this team as you get to the playoffs?
Yeah, I've stopped worrying about all that stuff. We've come into this thing with the most wins in 2014 and a lot of momentum, and I felt like we had some ups and downs. We came in last year with 1 win. And it all comes down to just the same things. This is a dynamic environment. What you've done in the past is not necessarily representative of what you're going to see in the future or what you're going to be able to do in the future. So you got to keep working and keep your eyes in the windshield, not in the mirror. So momentum's great. It makes you feel good, but it's a tricky thing to get caught up in it.
Brad, we've seen a lot of history between you and your teammate and that 20 car. Do you anticipate anything here down the road?
It's racing. Anything's possible. All I can say is I got into him. It was my fault. And didn't help any of our days, I can promise you that.
All right, thank you, Brad. Rick?
Thanks, Kelly. And we were just mentioning the wins and the bonus points. Those count only in the first round of the playoffs. The wins for Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, starting them off with 2,012 points, all the way down to the drivers who didn't get a win. They will start off with 2,000 points, all trying to advance, but only 12 will move on to the second round after the race at Dover.
Well, and you heard both Tony Stewart and Brad Keselowski talk about how unpredictable the chase is, how they need to take it one race at a time. The Sprint Cup champion last year when we left Miami was Kyle Busch. He would have never made it out of round 1 without the bonus points he accomplished with those race wins. He needed those to leave Dover still included in the chase to enter round 2. That's how important these bonus points can be.
And a guy that didn't leave Dover in the chase any longer was Jamie McMurray. They actually tied. So although it doesn't look like a big difference, only 12 points, those 12 points can mean a great deal.
All right, it's time now for the NASCAR America post-race show with Chris Devoda, Dale Jarrett, and Kyle Petty. And they already have a special guest in Denny Hamlin.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoy today's broadcast.